Okay, are you ready? Are you ready?
Yeah.
The time is now 7:10. Good evening and welcome back to the June 13, 2024 Prince George's County Board of Education meeting. Before we continue, I want to remind everyone to ensure that their wireless communication devices are turned off to avoid any technical interference with the microphones and taping of the meeting. To hear the meeting interpreted live in Spanish, a call-in line has been established for the community. The number to call is 508-924-5155. Board Member Madeline LaSalle Frazier, please make the announcement in Spanish.
Buenas tardes. Se ha establecido una línea telefónica para que la comunidad pueda llamar y tenga acceso a interpretación en español en vivo. El número a llamar es el 508-924-5155. Repito, el número a llamar es el 508-924-5155.
Thank you. For those who are not able to observe now, the meeting is being recorded and can be accessed on the Prince George's County Schools YouTube channel for later viewing. Lastly, for recording purposes, I would like also to remind all board members to turn on their microphones when speaking. The board prayer and pledge of allegiance. Board Member Jocelyn Rout, will you please lead us in board prayer and pledge of allegiance?
O God, we pray to administer that which is just in all educational policies, being ever mindful of your guidance, steer us to action with love, wisdom, and understanding. Amen.
Amen.
Please stand. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Board Member Rout. Ms. Lopez, please call the roll.
Mrs. Adam Stafford,
Present.
Ms. Booster Strother,
Present.
Mr. Briggs,
Present.
Dr. Harris,
Here.
Mrs. Lasalle Frazier,
Present.
Dr. Juanita Miller, Dr. Zipporah Miller,
Present.
Mrs. Rout,
Present.
Ms. Walker,
Present.
Ms. Rivera Forbes,
Present.
Ms. Mickens Murray.
Present. With 10 board members present, we have a quorum. Thank you. I would like to, we're going to adopt the agenda as amended. I would like to inform the public of the following changes. The agenda items previously marked as tentative were removed from the agenda as they did not move forward from the committee. Agenda item 6.1, Blueprint Phase 2 MOU, was also removed from the agenda and will be considered at the June 27, 2024 board meeting. The motion is to approve the June 13, 2024 Prince George's County Board of Education meeting agenda as amended.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded. Any discussion?
Hermit, Madam
Seeing
Chair.
none.
Who seconded?
Lolita Walker. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Lopez, please call the roll on the agenda.
Mrs. Adam Stafford,
Aye.
Ms. Booster Strother,
Aye.
Mr. Briggs, Dr. Harris,
Aye.
Mrs. Lasalle Frazier,
Aye.
Dr. Juanita Miller, Dr. Zipporah Miller,
Aye.
Mrs. Rout,
Aye.
Ms. Walker,
Aye.
Ms. Rivera Forbes,
You can vote.
Aye. Mrs. Mickens Murray.
Aye, with 9 votes. and
Mr. Briggs,
Aye.
With 10 votes in the affirmative, we have a quorum. At this time, we will have the approval of the open sessions meetings minutes. The motion is to approve the May 9th, 2024 board meeting and June 3rd, 2024 virtual special board meeting minutes.
Second.
It has been moved and seconded by Vice Chair Walker. Any discussion? Seeing none, Ms. Lopez, please call the roll.
Mrs. Adam Stafford,
Aye.
Ms. Busse Strother,
Aye.
Mr. Briggs,
Aye.
Dr. Harris,
Aye.
Mrs. LaSalle Frazier,
Aye.
Dr. Zipporah Miller,
Aye.
Mrs. Rout,
Aye.
Ms. Walker,
Aye.
Ms. Rivera Forbes,
Aye.
Ms. Mickens Murray.
Aye. With 10 votes in the affirmative, the minutes have been approved. Now we will have the news break entitled Touch the Sky, celebrating the class of 2024.
If there's a word to describe the students of 2024, in my eyes, it would be resilient.
For many of us, today might be the biggest milestone yet, or possibly the first major milestone of our lives. These key moments all have something in common. They direct our futures, leading us to milestones we have yet to cross.
By making the right decisions, being disciplined, and trying my best, I believe this is the way to success for everyone. And if we can stay true to this, we all can live happy lives.
You're resilient. You've been through it. You know what it looks like. Congratulations, class of 2024!
Thank you so much, Chief Tadjil and your communication team. Patel, sorry. Now we will have community shout-outs. Community shout-outs are opportunities for board members to recognize and highlight individuals or groups from their districts or communities for outstanding work that can continue, sometimes go unforeseen. Tonight, 2 board members will present community shout-outs. The chair recognizes first Board Member Zipporah Miller.
Good evening, good evening. I am so excited. As a school board member, I am passionate about ensuring that we amplify student voices. So today, I am elated to recognize our Bowie High School student government as our community shout out. The Bowie High School Student Government Executive Team recognized that they serve as an elected body for the school and made an intentional decision to expand their reach beyond the school walls and take action at the local and state levels on behalf of the student body. I told you I was excited. I am just going to highlight a few initiatives that they engaged in. Their journey began when they invited elected officials to judge their homecoming parade. This step propelled them to seek out how they could advocate on a broader level for the school community. So they reached out to me as their District 5 board member, and we convened for several sessions discussing the role of a school board member and how they could advocate for several initiatives that they had in mind. This led them to advocate for initiatives such as such as additional water filtration stations. They talked a lot about safety and did a lot of advocacy around safety for students. At the county council level, I recommended Ms. Lydia Murray, who was the SGA president, to represent the student body at the District 4 Community Forum on Rising Crime, sponsored by none other than our council member, Ingrid Watson. At this forum, Ms. Murray collected and analyzed data from the student body, which she used to advocate for her peers. At the city level, Ms. Gabrielle Parker represented the student voice at Bowie Speaks, the community conversations, What Happened to the Dream. And finally, at the state level, the executive board met with Delegate Adrian Boafo from District 23 to learn about the day-to-day life of a state delegate. They engaged in discussions around the work of a state delegate and how a bill becomes a law, food deserts for students. They also talked about the day-to-day life and then how does it benefit Maryland residents with the part-time nature of a state delegate. This conversation was so impactful that it resulted in Ms. Lydia Murray and Ms. Brianna Minus submitting public testimony in support of the Freedom to Read Act and the Maryland Fair Chance in Housing Act. So please, please, please join me in commending the Bowie High School student government for engaging at the local and state levels as advocates on behalf of the entire Bowie High School student body.
Are we asking them to come forward?
Yes, so I'm going to call them up. So let's start with Lydia Murray, our president of the SGA. Derek Osirio, vice president. Brianna Minus, secretary. Julian Ring, treasurer. Gabby Parker, chief of staff. Kendall Brown, historian. Anya Tassong, Chief Engagement Officer. Roxy Adeleke Wales, PGRAS and MASC Liaison. Miriam Kaba, Public Relations Officer. Amari Howard, Public Relations Officer. Destiny Whitley, Sophomore Class Representative. Jayla Adams, Sophomore Class Representative. Miracle Brown, Freshman Class Representative. And to their wonderful sponsors and admin liaisons, Aisha Mahoney. Miss Layla Miller, staff sponsor. Mr. Duval, staff sponsor. And all of this would not be possible without the great Principal Kautzer. Families, if you're here, you can come join the picture, please. Family members, Parents, guardians, yeah, come on. Parents, guardians, siblings, everybody, please come join us. Thank you so much.
Now, what you want to do? Yeah. There you go. All right, guys, look at this way. All right, they're looking good. Here we go. 1, 2, and 3. Nice. Look at me this time. Say Louis on 3. 1, 2, 3. Louis. Nice. Got it. One more. You want to go to 5? You want to go to 5? Nice. Okay, number 5. Oh. 55. All right. That's the old boy we're doing this. There we go, guys. 1, 2, and 3. 5. There you go.
Very good. Another round of applause for Bowie and our future board members. Yes.
I know that's right.
All right. We will have. Next, we will have Vice Chair Walker with her community shout out.
All right, let's get it shouted out for District 9. I am too excited. I had my other 4 over here when we held up the 5, but yes. All right, I'm ready for the presentation whenever you are. Let's get the drum roll on. Woo! District 9 community shout out. We are highlighting the P-TECH program at Frederick Douglass. Is Frederick Douglass in the house? Yes. Specifically calling out Dr. Dortch, Ms. Turner, and Mr. Aversian. Then we're going to keep on going on. Let's go. Frederick Douglass High School is, are you ready? An exceptional school with stellar scholars and staff, proudly nestled in the renowned District 9. We love it. So what is P-TECH? Some people might be asking, well, it's Pathways in Technology, Early College, High School, or P-TECH for short. But did you know that it is the only program of its sort in our county? And yes, it's nestled where? In District 9. And we are so excited about it. You can read the program highlights there, but in everything we do, we say hashtag District 9 rocks. And this is a stellar program that we wanted to raise up to the masses to let you know that in our Prince George's County, we have a school where students can compete both for a 4-year high school diploma and a 2-year Associates of Applied Science degree in 6 years or less at no cost. That is powerful, and to see them all come together was just amazing for the graduates. We can keep on moving. Yes, so we just want to say congratulations for receiving so many different things, but at the top is our 2024 Charles Drew Memorial Scholarship Fund. You can read the remainder because we want to make sure we get them up for their pictures as well. And then we are just so excited about the positive impact each and every one of you are making, so we appreciate your dedication. We appreciate everything you do in District 9, and we appreciate the scholars that are right there making it happen. So we are going to come on up, and I'll read you the certificate program, the certificate that we're giving you all in recognition, but here are some of our amazing highlights, and you can see our scholars graduating down there in all white. All right, let's gather around, board members. Come on up, P-Tech. Frederick Douglass, come on down. Congratulations, congratulations. As they come down, I will read this certificate of recognition. It is presented to the P-Tech program at Frederick Douglass High School for its outstanding commitment to academic excellence, community involvement, and overall achievement. This recognition reflects the collective efforts of administrators, faculty, staff, students, and parents in fostering a nurturing learning environment and making a positive impact in Prince George's County Public Schools. Oh, hey, Dr. Nichols. Here's our president. This is president. Here's our principal. Principal, president, you know, same thing over there. Presented this 13th day of June 2024. Congratulations. Here you are, here, hold it. Okay.
All right, so us four right here, now you four come right here.
How you doing?
Kind of curves a little bit. Thank you. All right, here we go. All right, guys, look this way on 3. 1, 2, and 3. And what's the program? P-Tech?
P-Tech. District 9.
Got it.
Make sure you put that in somewhere good, girl. Like, congratulations.
Thank you, Vice Chair Walker, and District 9 rocks.
Woo! Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Now we will have the report of the chair. Next Wednesday, we celebrate Juneteenth, also known as America's second Independence Day. It is a federal holiday commemorating the emancipation of enslaved African Americans on the anniversary of the order issued by Major General Gordon Granger on June 19, 1865. It proclaimed freedom for slaves in Texas after the Civil War. Happy Juneteenth, everyone. We hope you enjoy your new holiday, with today being the last day of school for our students. On behalf of the board, congratulations to all our seniors who successfully matriculated through our schools, and to our middle and elementary students who were promoted. I charge each of you to make the world better than you find it. Thank you to our principals, teachers, and staff for giving tirelessly of yourselves every day. The board truly appreciates you and looks forward to your continued, operative word is continued, journey next year. So everybody come back. Thank you. A special congratulations to our 2024 Prince George's County Teacher of the Year, Ms. Kathy Russell from Rose Valley Elementary School. Mrs. Russell is a 26-year Prince George's County veteran educator. She was nominated by her peers for her outstanding teaching skills, passion for education, and roles as a mentor and leader. Mrs. Russell, we appreciate all the work you do for our schools and students. I believe the Superintendent House will address you again later tonight. Speaking of the celebration of teachers, I would like to congratulate the entire Martin Luther King Jr. Middle School family. Miss Robin Prince, the school principal, and her staff, I had the honor I had the honor of personally attending their 8th grade promotion ceremony on June 7, 2024, and I was left in awe with the following outcomes. 15 students earned top GPAs of 4.13. Names are shown on the screen. They're not on the screen.
They're coming, they're coming.
They're coming? Okay, Ms. Russell first. Okay. Okay, those are the later. Do you have the students' names? Okay, we're going to do the students' names. Okay, you want me to go? Okay, you can tell that this was a surprise to a lot of folks, okay, because Chair wanted to recognize some folks for what I personally experienced from the Prince George's County Public School System. And with this being my next to last meeting, I wanted to start thanking people tonight. So I will continue with Martin Luther King. They also received the following awards. The Science Bowl Quarterfinals Winner Award. Representing the school was Anvi Mula and Margie McCall. Thank you. I have a list now so I can call the names of these students. The 4.13, and that's important because this is a middle school. And we are trying to work on all of our academics. So Ms. White, Ms. Rasheen, whatever you're doing, something is working. All right. Bajay Shersta, Kamora Adeline, and that's our own board administrator's daughter. 4.1.3. Okay. Ms. Sasha Colin Wimbush, Winia Sabez, Elizabeth Gonzalez Monzon, Inez Rogers, Vama Tron Jordan, Caden Crimple, Jason Koo, Marjorie McCall, and this Marjorie McCall young lady, awesome. She must have received 20 awards, but you'll need to get that later. Miss Lexi Hong, Isabella Cruz, Sheldon Litter, and Tristan Turner. Let's give them a round of applause. 4.13 grade point average in a middle school. That's to be celebrated. Thank you, Superintendent House. Next, they also won the Prince George's Area Science Fair First Place Award. Representing the school was also Miss Ava Molu, and presentation titled Biomedical and Health Sciences. Her presentation was also won Most Outstanding. She also received the Distinguished Achievement from the Commission Officers Association. Anthony was further nominated to compete in the Thermo Fisher Scientific Junior Innovators Challenger 2024. This young lady has such a bright future, and she's our own. She's made us Prince George's proud, and I just thought that you should know about that. Colleagues, please join me in applauding these students and the entire Martin Luther King family. Keep up the great work. Now I will continue with my personal surprises because I want to acknowledge a few people, and I think these names will be on the screen. Dr. Ingrid Williams Horton. Dr. Horton, I was on the steering committee for community schools. That, for me personally, is one of the best committees in this school system, Superintendent House. I just want you to know. I always had a good time, but we accomplished many great things. And we fed a lot of people, 2 years. And the one thing I like about Miss Williams Horton, she does the work. You see her doing the work. She's an example. She models it. So I appreciate that. Next, we have Wayne Hill. Now I'm going to talk about the guys in the corner over there who help us with IT at every meeting. So we have Wayne Hills, Charles Wolf, Preston Davis, Paul Jones, Cyrus Parker, and Marcus Bumbray. Now, one of the things that I will say about Cyrus, now Cyrus has been with us, not even a month, but he's also had conversation with me like 3 or 4 times because I'm IT challenged. So he answered my calls, and one of the things that I like, Mr. Zuckerman, about your team is they respond professionally. Customer service is A1. I want to say that. I experience it from your team. Next, we have Gerard Conte, also from Systems. Now, Gerard, I owe lunch. Now, I've owed him lunch for 6 months, but I'm going to buy him lunch. So I just want him to know that I did not forget. I've been busy, but I will give him lunch. Thank you. Next, we have Clarence House, Oracle Business Technology Liaison. The board members will get very familiar with this young man because someone's going to have to navigate Oracle to pay your reimbursables. You will need some assistance. That's all I say. This is the young man that you will talk to. Next, we have Phil Clove, Monica Roberts, Kenneth Mitchell, Michael Whitney, and Diane Snowden. These are the folks that escort us to our cars after every board meeting. And when we kept them here till 12 a.m., they were still on the job. They stayed until all of us left. So thank you, security. We appreciate you, and we see you, and I wanted to acknowledge you. Mr. Marty Schaefer, consultant from Franklin Covey. I appreciate Marty because Marty has worked with this board for the last 1.5 years that I have been chair. And Marty has helped us to try to understand the 2 past superintendent's role, school board's role. We've started all of that work. And Superintendent House and his leadership team has also been in those retreats with us. So thank you, Superintendent House, and to Marty, I believe he's done a great job. But these are my personal opinions, okay? Next, we have a special thanks to you, Mr. Whitley and Shibley and Horn, because when I took over, we didn't have lawyers. Well, we have lawyers now. So I appreciate all the work that you have done, especially with the Policy and Governance Committee. Thank you so much. Michael Swift, our able parliamentarian. Now, I am one, when I don't know something and I know I don't know it, I try to get the best help I can get. Mr. Swift has been excellent working with us board members with a degree of patience and professionalism that I will not forget. So thank you, sir, and I will shake your hand because I'm sitting next to you. Okay, thank you. You can read that, but I just want to say to everybody in the Prince George's School family, I have been treated well, and I appreciate that. Under the Golson administration and now under the House administration. Thank you. So with that said, we need to move on to 2 more. Now, is there a young lady in the house by the name of Miss Michelle Winston? Miss Michelle Winston, internal audit, is retiring after 25 years. Now, I need... Now, let me share my praises with you. Let me share her praises with you. Miss Michelle Winston embarks on her well-deserved retirement after 25 years of dedicated service and excellent leadership. Ms. Winston has been an integral part of the Prince George's County Public Schools community, dedicating her efforts to supporting our scholars and staff, particularly in collaboration with the Board of Education. And she will tell you, anytime we weren't sure about spending or something, she's first call. So she was on speed dial because she helped us to understand what we could and could not do. She has had the honor of working with many members of the Board of Education, 10 superintendents. Can you imagine 10 superintendents in 25 years, and innumerable amazing colleagues over her tenure. Ms. Winston has left an indelible mark as the Director of the Internal Audit Department for Prince George's County Public Schools. On behalf of the board, I express our deepest gratitude to Ms. Winston for her outstanding contributions and wish her happiness and success in the journey ahead. Ms. Winston, you can travel now. You can sleep late. Do like me. Don't get up 10 o'clock. But anyway, it's okay. I need you and your family to come forward so that we can present you. And board members, please join me. Grandkids, wonderful. Miss Winston. Okay, I'm going to read the plaque. Recognition Award presented to Michelle Winston, CPA, Director of Internal Audit Department. On this 13th day of June, 2024, in honor of your 25 years of service, outstanding leadership, and dedication to the mission of the Prince George's County Public Schools, your tireless efforts help to empower and strengthen the integrity of employees across the district. We are extremely proud of your hard work while serving under the Prince George's County Board of Education. And I want to just read the chairs of the board that she's had to deal with. Now remember, it was 10 superintendents, okay? So, there was Dr. Alvin Thornton, Mr. James E. Henderson, Mr. Kenneth E. Johnson, Dr. Beatrice B. Tigner, Mr. R. Owen Johnson, Virginia McCarter Jacobs, Dr. Sagone C. Eubanks, Alvin Thornton again, Dr. Juanita Miller, and now Judy Mickens Murray. So we applaud you for surviving. And our photographer is somewhere. Where is he? In the back. Superintendent House, would you like to say anything while we're waiting for the time?
Absolutely. For those of you that don't know the function of the audit department and the work that auditors do, it's taxing. It's extremely taxing. So to know that you have done this work and endured for the time that you've endured says a whole bunch about who you are and what you are. My hope is that you drop the idea of work for a while and truly enjoy what it is that you have up here in front of you, and that's this beautiful family. So congratulations, and we look forward to your next step in this journey of life.
Thank you.
Absolutely.
Dr. Miller, Dr. Juanita Miller, would you like to say some words, too?
This is one of the best auditors, and I've worked in numerous large organizations, and prompt response, her investigations of issues and persons sometimes. But Ms. Winston, you know, I just love you, because whenever I gave you a task, you responded promptly and thoroughly. I truly appreciated that. And you even had to pull my coattail a couple of times, but that was all good, because there are things we need to know, but it's how you present it, and you presented it so well. And I'm so glad we belong to a national organization that exemplifies, excuse me, Ms. Mickens Murray, that exemplifies the excellence that you have demonstrated.
Thank you so very much.
She gave me the mic.
Everyone look here. All right, smile.
It's not on
Oh, Miss Winston, we need you to say something. I mean, you said something to us back there, but we need you to repeat. Remember, don't you? You're up front now.
So this is truly an honor. I have been blessed to work for this institution for 25 years, along with my team. As you can see, standing back there, none of this is possible without my faith in God and also a strong team. I don't take lightly this Board of Education. This board has been here for me. They have shown that the importance of having strong processes and listening to the internal auditor. Not everywhere does that happen. And so I so appreciate this board for the support that they have given me, the forum that they have given me to listen and to respond to the things I have to say. So thank you so much, and I appreciate this so much, and looking forward to this next phase of the journey where I will definitely rest and just enjoy family and enjoy life. Thank you so much.
And again, you know I appreciate you. So now, Vice Chair Walker, I have one more surprise.
Okay.
And they don't know about it.
Okay.
So I need Ms. Rosa Lopez to come forward and Ms. Cindy Adeline to come forward, please. Come forward. You know, time is moving. No, open it. Yeah. I'm sorry, I should have helped you. Yeah. And also Miss Muriel Barton, but she's absent tonight. So we're going to present these ladies, and the story that I have is I brought you paperweights with a message, and I want to read the message. This one is for Miss Rosa. Public Service Award, Rosa Lopez, Admin Assistant, 1/12/2023 to 6/30/2024, from Judy Mickens Murray, Chair of the Prince George's County Board of Education. And then the one for Cindy. And then there's a little backstory, everyone. For Cindy Adeline, exemplary Public Service Award, Cindy Adeline Admin, from 1/12/2023 to 6/30/2024. Judy Mickens Murray, Chair, Prince George's County School Board. The reason I recognize these two ladies is because since I joined the board in 2021, there has been constant movement. These two ladies, along with Muriel Barton, they stayed the course. They weathered the storm, and it's not easy when people come in and out of an office. So for that, I appreciate the work that they have done, because they dealt with school board members, 14 of us. Just imagine that, 14. And when someone can dig their heels in with whatever frustration that they're dealing with and still get the job done. And Miss Adeline here, she organized policy governance. This young lady is great with charts and spreadsheets and tracking tools. I am just saying, without their expertise, my annotated agenda, I would not be able to survive a meeting. So I wanted to take the time to personally say thank you. I wanted to take the time to personally say thank you, so that I wouldn't forget it next week, because a lot's going on the next meeting, which will be my last meeting. So if someone take a picture, please, I'd appreciate it. Board members, please. All right, the rest of the board members.
while we're gathering everybody for the picture, I'd also like to acknowledge one person who did help develop the persons that the chair recognized today, and that's Ms. Anise Ellis, who basically brought leadership to this team and facilitated a lot, which made them who they are. So I don't like to leave out anyone who, you have to give credit where it's due. And to Ms. Ellis, I salute you on behalf of this board. Thank you.
Thank you for indulging me. And as I said, there will be a transition of the board to an all-elected board starting July 1st. And Ms. Juanita Miller and Ms. Rout, they will say their goodbyes on the 27th. Oh, and Rain, because Rain is going off to college. So our student board member has been accepted to your school? Towson University. So yes, thank you so much. At this time, the chair recognizes Vice Chair Walker to announce the school year 2024-25 Board Standing Committee's leadership and members.
I will announce who has signed up for the committees as we have them today. Our final list for policy and governance of our sign-ups are Chair Jonathan Briggs, Vice Chair Dr. Zipporah Miller, Member Pamela Boozer-Strother, Lolita E. Walker, and Brandon Jackson. For Operations, Budget, and Fiscal Affairs Committee, we have our Chair, who is Shayla Adams Stafford, Vice Chair Dr. Kenneth Harris, members Lolita E. Walker, David Murray, Jamal Jongo, who is our new student member of our board, who has signed up to do work already. Academic and Achievement Committee Chair, Madeline Lasai Frazier, congratulations. Vice Chair, Jamal Jongo, our student member of the board. Members are Dr. Kenneth Harris, Dr. Zipporah Miller, and Shayla Adams Stafford. And our newly formed Board Audit Committee, we have our Chair is Brandon Jackson, Vice Chair Pamela Boozer-Strother, congrats. Members are Jonathan Briggs, Madeline Lasai Frazier, and our last member is David Murray. Our final list for our, everybody okay? Okay. Our final list for our councils, we have our Parent and Community Advisory Council. Our board liaison is Madeline Lasai Frazier. For our Climate Change Action Plan Ad Hoc Committee, our board liaisons are Pamela Boozer-Strother and Kenneth Harris. For our PGCPS District Steering Committee for Community Schools, our board liaison is Jonathan Briggs. And our Disability Issues Advisory Board, our board liaison is Shayla Adams Stafford. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Vice Chair Walker. At this moment, I would like to call for a moment of silence as we honor the memory of the following Prince George's County staff, family, and community members. Doyle Neiman, former District 3 Board Education member and State Delegate District 47. Mickey T. Ward, Crisis Intervention Resource Teacher, Special Education Office. Mrs. Dorothy Gacintana, grandmother of Miss Laurie Branch, Office of General Counsel. Viola T. Spriggs Sherry, Intern Special Education Assistant, Cherokee Lane Elementary School. Nicholas Poole, Classroom Teacher, Comedy Hills Elementary School. Edwina P. Brown, Transportation Attendant, Mullican Bus Lot. Shaheen Marian E. Gizar, Design Architect, Lewis Wilson Sr., FAB Administration Building. Christopher Hooks, Classroom Teacher, James Ryder Randall Elementary School. Can we pause, please, for a few minutes for the families? Thank you. We will have report of the superintendent. The chair recognizes Superintendent House.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good evening, board members. You know, the first thing is my first year as the proud superintendent in PGCPS that I'd like to say is thank you. Thank you to this community. Thank you to this board. We truly look forward to moving this journey down the road and ensuring that our scholars have even bigger and better opportunities as we move forward. As Chair Mickens-Murray indicated earlier, we did have a wonderful Teacher of the Year, Ms. Kathy Russell, and I think Ms. Russell is here with us. Ms. Russell, if you would come up at this time, we'd love to officially recognize you. Ms. Russell, as she makes her way up with her principal, if her principal's here, she's a devoted 26-year individual to students in Prince George's County, making a significant contribution to reading development and student success. She holds a master's degree in educational leadership from George Washington University and a bachelor's degree in behavioral science from the University of Maryland. She's also nationally board certified, and we are super, super proud of you. Board members, can we take a quick picture with our Teacher of the Year? My pleasure, Kathy. Appreciate you. So as we indicated, today is the last official day of the school year for our students, so happy last day of school. We're happy for all of our students. Of course, our educators, a big number of our teachers, their last day will be next week. Also, congratulations to the class of 2024. We had nearly 8,000 PGCPS graduates this year. Our scholars received, get this, and I want to make sure we get this. Our scholars, our seniors this year received 18,366 acceptance letters and to post-secondary programs across the country. Board members, I sent you guys a text message, and those of you that are in the community, all you have to do is Google PGCPS graduates, and you'll see a data ring that comes up, and you can just click on the colleges and see how many students got into each colleges, different universities across the area in the country. So it's amazing and definitely something that we want to be proud of and take heed to. Collectively, they earned $369 million in scholarships. Again, those details can be found on our website. We're also proud to be the recipient of several different grants and awards that will pay major dividends as we move down the road. The first one is the Maryland Energy Administration Grant for the development of net zero schools. Robert Frost, Pre-K, Templeton Elementary,
Margaret Brent Elementary, combined received $3,385,000, which is something that we're really excited about as well. Now, the second grant that we received was the 2023 Clean Schools Bus Rebate for 15 new electric buses. This will allow us not only to build the infrastructure for those buses, but we'll also be receiving $5,215,000 to move forward with this initiative. The last couple things, we launched a survey several weeks ago to engage our stakeholders around what they'd like to see included in our upcoming Student Rights and Responsibilities Handbook, which was, of course, the Student Code of Conduct. The survey really closes at midnight today, but I'm proud to share that we've had great engagement so far. 39% parents were included so far. 29% are students that have participated so far. 3.2% have been principals, and about 18% have provided feedback that are teachers. 8% or so haven't been identified as or other PGCPS staff. So we're proud to have that engagement to ensure that we get the kind of feedback that we know is going to be very, very important. Madam Chair, that concludes my superintendent's report.
Thank you, and that was a wonderful report. So let's give a round of applause to our public school students. At this time, policy and governance recommendations. The chair recognizes Board Member Briggs.
Thank you so much, Chair Mickens-Murray. So in accordance with the requirements of Education Article Section 3-1002 and Section 3-1004 of the Annotated Code of Maryland, the Prince George's County Board of Education, the board, will be addressing the following bylaw amendments as first reader at the June 27, 2024 board meeting. Board bylaws 9100 through 9340 and 9351 through 9500 nomenclature will be amended to reflect their status as board policies. Board policies 9320 and 9360 will be rescinded, and the rules of procedure for the conduct of business in meetings of the board will be recommended for adoption.
Thank you. The chair recognizes the speakers for the public comments on agenda and non-agenda items. The board will recognize your comments but will not address them. Registered speakers have 3 minutes to make their presentations and may not relinquish any part of their speaking time. Speakers may not address individuals or issues with profanity or derogatory terms. You will be warned once. If you continue, your comments will be muted and you may be removed from the meeting. Speakers are encouraged to use titles rather than names. For example, chair, board member, superintendent, principal, etc. There are 15 live public commenters for tonight. We also received 3 written comments, which can be found on board docs. Our first speaker is Khalib Ham, student representing Marlboro Boys and Girls Club, track, Administrative Procedure 1330.
Okay. Good evening, board and guests. My name is Caleb Ham, and I was just promoted with honors to the 8th grade at James Madison Middle School. I have been a Marlboro track athlete for 3 years now. My twin brother loves running and joined the team 5 years ago. We both played baseball since we were 7. When baseball season was over, I started going to track practice with my brother. I didn't really like running, but I kept at it, and the coaches at Marlboro Track taught me how to throw shot put, discus, and javelin. I wasn't exactly the slowest runner on my baseball team, but also not the fastest. After one season with Marlboro Track, I was one of the fastest runners on my baseball team. The time and effort that the Marlboro coaches put into helping me learn about all of the areas of track and field allowed me to qualify and participate at the 2023 AAU Junior Olympic Games in Iowa. I competed in the shot put, javelin, and discus. This year, I have already qualified for all of my events at this year's district meet that Marlboro hosted on June 8th. Hosting the meet allowed me to compete with other kids in the county and allowed me to volunteer and help my team however I could. Marlboro Track is a big part of my life, and I am happy to have all of my coaches helping me a better athlete and young man. My mom volunteers as the Marlboro team administrator, and my dad volunteers to help with whatever is needed. I see how much hard work and time they put in, not just for me, but for the whole program. I would like to ask the board to review Administrative Procedure 1330 and allow the track program to use school equipment because it has helped me and many other athletes to advance our skills. My goal is to be the best, and I can only earn to earn a medal at the AAU Junior Olympic Games this July. Thank you for your time.
Thank you so much. Our next speaker, Alita Jerry Carter, representing the Council for Family and Education Empowerment, speaking special education, Board Policy 4113, and educational equity.
Good evening. The Council for Family and Education Empowerment is a group early in its establishment but mighty in will, centered on empowerment, accountability, community, justice, and equity for all 504 and special education students and students of families who are in the process of having their eligibility determined. In reference to Board Policy 4113, there were numerous items that were emailed to Dr. Miller as well as Board Member Jackson and as well as the Chair, Mr. Briggs. In reference to the first round interview, part of the selection process, and ensuring that principal candidates that are completing the leadership program are actually mandated to complete required training for IEP and 504, since they have so much influence on special education decisions within the IEP teams. Additionally, making sure that if a candidate is able to bypass the first round interviews, that they are still ensured that they are appropriately trained to be a participating member of the IEP team. There are additional items that were mentioned in the email, but to keep things at a high level in the best interest of time, the other thing that I will mention as the last item for that board policy is to ensure that if an acting principal is appointed by the superintendent, that they are mandated to have bi-monthly compliance meetings with the special education and compliance supervisor for their area, understanding that risk increase the moment there is a turnover at the school level within leadership. I do want to just take a few seconds to honor the families that can't be here tonight because they are tending to their families, children with autism who are potentially having meltdowns as we speak, children in hospitals that are fighting for their lives with leukemia and lymphoma and brain tumors and lung cancer and things that we often don't consider when we walk into these buildings and we all with able bodies sit comfortably in our chairs. I just want to acknowledge the suffering of families who graduate out of a system that has not completely served them, and to the families who are still fighting to make sure that every child gets the services, supports, and related aids and accommodations that they deserve. Additionally, there were audit results that were raised on April the 11th, and we do not feel like that was an appropriate definition of an audit. We are asking that an independent contractor be hired to complete the special education audit with a representative sample and not just 2 IEPs from each school, because that is not a representative sample according to the standard data or statistical term definition. And then additionally, in reference to equity, just ensuring that there's a plan that includes metrics, indicators, inputs, activities, outputs, outcomes, short-term and long-term impact when it comes to ensuring that the equity gap is closed for students with IEPs and 504 plans. And with that, I yield my time. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Ms. Teresa Smith, speaking on special education.
Good evening, Board of Education and Administration. This evening, I am returning as a follow-up to the testimony provided on April 25th regarding systemic concerns with the special education program. The administration has since provided a partial response. Some responses included redirection to CCAC, but clarity is needed on what exactly is CCAC's role. Furthermore, the board does not have a committee or member that directly collaborates with CCAC, and there's a missed opportunity to further address items related to the special needs population. It is vital that the administration and the board address the very first item from the recommendations list, which is related to Board Policy 1700. Additionally, the response was silent on several items. Some of the key ones include investigating the suspension rates of students with or without a behavior intervention plan, conduct a public-facing audit of the SPED program, accountability for staff who have damaging interactions with families, review staffing levels along with addressing competitive pay, and then based on the current responses and the April 11th special education presentation, clarity is needed on the following items. The specialty programs, we are seeking improvement with operations, FBA and BIPS. As vital tools for equity with scholars who have social and emotional challenges, we would like to understand the context for why 86% of behavior interventions are listed in IEPs, yet a FBA is not conducted or a BIP is not implemented. Board Policy 101 talks about closing the academic achievement gap. Therefore, it's essential that supports are in place to help these students perform at their best. Data collection via surveys. We are seeking key questions to be created specific to PGCPS and its special education program, rather than solely relying on the state-based questionnaire or the current questions of the Culture Climate Survey. Additional data requests. Verify the composition of CCAC. The requirement is that 50% or more have students enrolled in PGCPS. Additionally, how many concerns were presented to the Family Support Center and CCAC respectively? Do we have the overall outcomes? Is there feedback available about the parent experience for both of these entities? And then to help make things perfectly clear, it would be in the best interest of the parents and students if a meeting could be held with the chairs of the Board of Education and administration, and then we look forward to your feedback regarding what was shared via email and presented before you all today. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Carleton Thomas, representing the Improved Your Tomorrow Executive Directors, speaking on young men of color and their opportunities to attend college.
Thank you to the superintendent, members of the board, and staff for the space and time to comment publicly on young men of color and their opportunities to attend college. My name is Carlton Thomas. I'm Executive Director of Improve Your Tomorrow. We are a college access and completion organization with a proven track record of success in post-secondary outcomes for young men of color. We have recently begun working with schools in the city of Baltimore and can be of service to schools here in Prince George's County as well. Improve Your Tomorrow utilizes a 12-year program model, serving brothers in grades 7 through 12 through post-secondary completion and with them as they enter the workforce. We are graduating 99% of the brothers who participate in the program for 4 semesters or more, with 78% of them going on to 2- and 4-year institutions and trade schools. These outcomes are special because we focus on brothers who are not on track to be promoted to the 9th grade and who are not ready to graduate high school. In fact, 50% of the brothers who enter the program do so with a 2.0 or below GPA and exhibit a number of behavioral and attendance issues. To do this work and to attain these outcomes, we provide a targeted, wrap-around academic mentorship program that operates in school, after school, and out of school. School leaders will gain a considerable resource in addressing students who struggle academically, socially, and emotionally, and who are disconnected from the school. We work in partnership with our school partners to increase that connection to the school and for that student's ability to leverage opportunities provided. By no means are we a magic bullet. It generally takes about 3 years before we start seeing significant improvements throughout the entire cohort. But as the board works to change the school climate, Improve Your Tomorrow can be a significant part of that plan, providing support to Black and brown students in areas in which they need it most. In total, Improve Your Tomorrow provides wraparound academic programming and mentoring, college and career advising, college trips, personal professional development workshops, parent-guardian engagement, and internships such as our policy and advocacy internship program. In that program, brothers embark on a 6 or 12-week paid internship that provides a unique opportunity to learn about government, policymaking, community organizing, and advocacy, developing new leaders with an all-too-common perspective to sit on boards such as this one. Partnering with Improve Your Tomorrow not only provides resources to students performing in the 1/3 lowest percentile, but also encourages a sense of belonging, purpose, and peer support, which they will need to navigate society's challenges. Thank you again for the time and space.
Thank you so much. Ms. Tracy Sasser Wilkerson, representing the Marlboro Boys and Girls Club Amateur Athletic Union, partnerships between schools and community organizations.
Thank you. I am compelled to be here today to give testimony because I need you to understand and internalize my passion for our young people and why it is imperative for you to act. Marlboro Boys and Girls Club Track, like our county's other community-based track programs that annually and collectively serve over 3,500 youth, is not just a track team with a focus on who can run the fastest or who can jump the furthest. It is a nonprofit, community-based program that annually serves over 110 scholar athletes ages 5 through 18. We are dedicated to filling the gaps and positively impacting the growth and development of our youth. We empower and teach young people to acknowledge and value their individual worth and follow through on their societal responsibilities, to respect and appreciate diversity, to finish what they start, to depend on others and to be dependable, to put forth their best effort, and to learn and grow from success as well as failure. For the past 30-plus years as the head coach, accompanied by a dedicated and resilient 100% volunteer base of county residents, we have demonstrated and witnessed the success of our unwavering commitment to countless young people. We know why we do what we do, and we exceed its demands of our time, financial resources, and talents. But I am here with a question for you. Why is it so difficult to voluntarily give to our community for the benefit of our youth? If you share our passion and are on our team, I implore you to exercise your authority to establish and renew meaningful partnerships with our community organizations. We need you to help move the hurdles off the track. And if there are things beyond your ability, please pass the baton to a team member that can get us to the finish line. What am I asked? A true partnership between our community organizations and schools that actually support as opposed to hamper our efforts to offer high-quality programs and services. Non-cost prohibitive full use, including equipment, just once or twice a year at a track and field that meets AAU nationally imposed requirements. A review, consistent interpretation, and if appropriate, revision of Administrative Procedure 1330, which in my view as an attorney was recklessly and erroneously presented as an absolute prohibition on our use of school equipment, thereby precluding us from hosting all events and fully showcasing our county and its scholar athletes. Budgets are tight and resources are limited, nothing new, but we're not asking for money or for people to do what we do. We are offering you an opportunity for a win-win, a partnership with access to provide the types of activities our youth deserve. This is our county, and these are our schools, our facilities, and most importantly, our deserving scholar athletes. Please don't pass up this opportunity to get in the race by sitting in the stands with a snack. Get on the starting line with us, your teammates, our youth. They need you for the race. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. David Duba, individual comments on gender-neutral bathrooms.
Good evening, board members, Mr. Superintendent, staff, and guests. My name is David Duba, and I'm a teacher at Bowie High School. I sponsor our Student Government Executive Board and Caring Colors, or Genders and Sexualities Alliance Club. Students in Caring Colors and our student government have worked over the past 2 years to bring this conversation before you. First, I'd like to read legislation that was drafted by the BHS Executive Board and passed by the Prince George's Regional Association of Student Governments by a vote of 213 to 53. Whereas the only accessible gender-neutral bathrooms in many PGCPS schools, such as those in nurses' offices, require students to announce their gender identity or out themselves to adults in order to use said bathrooms. Whereas gender-neutral bathrooms are secluded or barred from public access, whereas students practically must use bathrooms that don't align with their gender identity. Whereas students face targeted bullying for using bathrooms that do not conform with their sex assigned at birth. Where students are unable to go to the bathroom all day due to the aforementioned reasons. Whereas students are unable to invoke their rights according to Administrative Procedure 0103. It is hereby resolved that PGRAS endorses the labeling of publicly accessible bathrooms as gender-neutral and additionally endorses the conversion to or addition of publicly accessible gender-neutral bathrooms in order to remedy the aforementioned issues. Our goal is that gender-neutral bathrooms should be publicly accessible without an adult barrier and can be multi-use or single-use bathrooms depending on the needs of each school. This legislation could make its way through the school board, or perhaps a change is possible through the administrative procedure. PGCPS would benefit from an addition to policy that clearly states that schools can label a public single-use or multi-use bathroom as gender-neutral. Without an affirmative policy that clearly states this, Principals or school staff are in a position where they don't clearly have the support of the central office or policy when doing so and could put themselves at risk for community backlash. Currently, Board Policy 0103 and Admin Procedure 0103 state that students and staff shall have access to restrooms, locker rooms, or changing facilities that correspond to their gender identity. A student or staff who does not wish to use a shared facility shall be provided with a safe alternative which may include but not be limited to access to a single stall or gender-neutral facility or use of a nearby private restroom or office. It further states that a transgender or gender-diverse student or staff shall not be required to use a separate, non-integrated space when the student has not requested access to such, under no circumstances shall students and staff be required to use sex-segregated facilities that are not consistent with their gender identity. This language implies that the single stall or gender-neutral facility would not be public or shared, and given the limited number of functioning single-use restrooms or private restrooms in many aging buildings, many students are required to use sex-segregated facilities. Thank you for your time, and happy Pride Month.
Thank you. Mr. Randolph Mickens, representing the Latin American Youth Center Promoter Pathway, speaking on student support budget cuts. I don't see anyone walking through. Next, we will have Ms. Shannon Reed, Individual Stories Matter. I don't see her. Keisha Castillo, representing Latin America Youth Center, promoting Youth Advocate, fiscal year 25 budget. I don't see that individual. Next, Tiara Robinson, representing Latin America, promoting Pathway Title I funding. I don't see that individual. Jonathan Avila, Individual MVP Promoter. Nope, don't see that individual. Miss Lisa Wilson, Individual Predetermination ESY. Oh, we have one. Welcome.
Good evening to all. For those who can't see my T-shirt, it says disability rights are human rights. So tonight, I'm going to continue on my discussion of predetermination that hangs over from the previous meeting. I'm continuing to raise awareness about predetermination, which is expressly prohibited by federal law and simply antithetical to the recent 2017 and 2023 unanimous U.S. Supreme Court decisions in the area of special education. Parents must be included in all IEP and related services that impact their children on the front end and not the back end. I continue to stand for all the legally entitled disabled students who were not found eligible for ESY for the 2023-24 school year. I am here to plead with this board to consider creating a task force or a tiger team to conduct an internal audit of the ESY eligibility determinations for the following period: the school years beginning in 2021 through to today, ending today in 2024. We owe it to the disabled students who on a daily basis work double time to keep up with their non-disabled peers every single day. Appropriate ESY determinations will help to mitigate recoupment and regression for the most vulnerable student population in PG County. And in my closing, I will say that this week I participated in an IEP meeting and I was somewhat accosted and ambushed by two teachers who will remain nameless. But what I will tell you is that I will not be intimidated. I will not be bullied. I would not be harassed, verbal or cyber. I'm not going to succumb to any of it. I will continue to stand for disabled children to make sure that they get their fundamental legal entitlements under federal law. Thank you.
Thank you. Director, could you please get a copy of Herb's Thank you. Miss Lisa Wilson, individual. Oh, that's who, okay, sorry. Phyllis Wright, individual, PGCPS, various topics. Do I see her? Oh, I see, okay. I will add her at the end, okay? So welcome back to her. Okay, Miss Phyllis Wright.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
As you guys know, I'm here for all of the children here in Prince George's County Public Schools. We ask for accountability. To speak on William Hall Academy, just yesterday, we had an 8th grade promotion, which 41 children was not included in a promotion, and no 8th graders, teachers. I couldn't understand that. I received calls from parents in reference to this because their children was not there because it was switched from William Hall Academy to Central High School. I don't know if it was a transportation issue or whatever it was. I don't understand why the 8th grade teachers was not included in this 8th grade promotion. I asked this board to please give us a principal that would work with the community, the teachers, and the staff. We've had a lot of problems there at William Hall Academy. We had an outbreak where it was a large fight there. And we had a meeting with the principal and with Dr. Fawcett, and the principal would not speak to the families. This could have been avoided. Please, please, I'm asking you guys, just don't send anyone there to fill the position. Send someone there who can work with our staff and our community and work and wrap around with our children. Anytime a teacher goes to the principal, this is a uniform school, and we have children out of uniform, and you have a principal telling the teacher, I'm not the uniform police. This is unacceptable to me. We have a principal that don't want to work with me because I believe in accountability, not just on their part, but on my part as well, because I can be wrong sometime too. I'm just asking, please give us a principal there, because we don't have good leadership there at William Hall Academy. We really don't. Because if we did, we just had an 8th grade promotion yesterday. 41% of the children was not there, so they missed their 8th grade promotion. Not one 8th grade teacher was there. Not one 8th grade teacher was there. And you would think that they would want to send their children off because they was the educator who educated these children. This is just unacceptable to me. You know, I know we need to fill these positions, but we need someone there that's going to do the job and going to make sure that my tax dollars is worth it, because what I see at William Hall is unacceptable. I wish each and every board member can come to their schools, sit there, shadow not just the principal, but everybody. And God knows I thank you. I'm sorry. I appreciate you for what you have done, but we need more of that. Thank you so much.
Appreciate you. Miss Belinda Queen, individual, end of year, and a better 2024-25.
Hello, everybody. I am the Belinda Queen, former board member of District 6. No other better board member of District 6 than the Queen. Good to see you again, Mr. House Miller. Saw you earlier today. And even the chief of police told you that, right? There's nobody like the Queen. But I just want to say to you guys, thank you guys for your service and all you do. I sat in your seat. I know it's not easy, even when you make decisions that everybody don't agree with. So I did want to take the opportunity, since I had a free day today, to come here and say that. Sometimes, you have a thankless job, and I know because I did it. And so I just want to give you kudos and give you love and hug and say thank you. Because I know it's hard. Yeah. I know you got to sometimes do things that everybody don't agree with. So I just want to say thank each and every one of you that is on the board, that is on the staff. Thank our teachers. I want to thank not just the teachers, our bus drivers. I want to thank the office workers, the cafeteria workers, you guys, the substitute teachers. I just want to thank you all, for taking care of our scholars, because it's so very important. that sometimes we just say thank you. Showing kindness is so very important. So that's what I wanted to do the first minute or whatever. So let me go on. We're going into 2024, and I just want to make sure that we're hitting our vision for 2024. Dr. House Miller, it's so very important that we stick to our vision. I saw the master plan and I saw the core values, but I didn't really see the vision of Prince George's County School being a great school seeking recognized for providing education service which ensure that every student, even the disability students, the ones with ADA, the ones that people have already came and fought for, are graduate ready for college and career in a global society. It's so very important that our mission is put in there to provide a great education that empowers all students to contribute to thriving communities. And we want to make sure that that is done, that Prince George's County is a thriving county, that we're making sure that our scholars, whether they go to college, whether they go to a trade, or whether they just go to work, that our communities are able to thrive because of the students that continue to graduate from Prince George's County Public Schools, not just the ones who are doing the 4.0 and 3.5, but even the ones who cannot succeed, that maybe just do a 2 point something, but they're still able to contribute to a thriving community, that they're still able to advance. So it's so very important that we work hard to make sure they can do that. So I want us to make sure that we're putting in that. As I looked over the master plans, I do have some concerns about the master plans, but I may come back if I can on the 27th to talk about that. But I just want to say that we need to make sure, because we're talking about a new school year, that our scholars are getting all that they deserve. You hear all the money is going, but we got to make sure that we're investing in these scholars to make sure that they're not graduating and having to take the remedial math, that they're not leaving and they're on second grade math going to fourth grade. We got to make sure that we're putting more to make sure Prince George's County Public Schools students could still achieve and be the best that they can be. So thank you for your time. But again, great school year, you guys, and I'm excited for the next school year, and I'll be back.
Thank you, Ms. Queen.
You're welcome.
Next, we have Gertie Starks, representing Marlboro Boys and Girls Club Track, Administrative Procedure 1330.
Good evening. We cannot always build a future for our youth, but we can build our youth for the future. Franklin Delano Roosevelt. We all love the popular cliche, our children are our future. Well, to ensure their futures are bright and successful, it takes all of us working in tandem. Parents, teachers, coaches, community leaders, and elected officials. I have served as registrar for the Marlboro Boys and Girls Club since its inception under the leadership of our head coach, Tracy Wilkinson, in 1993. My husband served as one of the coaches then, and my son was an athlete. My son is now also a coach. I have witnessed firsthand how diligently and committedly the coaches, staff, and volunteers have worked to ensure Marlboro's success. Thousands of athletes have participated in our program over these 3+ decades. And hundreds of athletes have received scholarships to institutions of higher learning that can be directly attributable to their participation in our program. These are our children. These are your children. Their education does not begin and end at the door of the classroom. Transferable skills such as teamwork, leadership, and adaptability that the Marlboro Track program imparts to its athletes are an integral part of their overall education and is of lifelong value. Our athletes represent us wherever they go. They represent you wherever they go. They are our county's future. As a tax-paying citizen of this county for 47 years, I'm asking you to do all you can in your power to support our student athletes. I'm asking that you review your Administrative Procedure 1330 to allow us to use our schools and our equipment for the benefit of our athletes, your students. My name is Gertie Starks. I love this county and I love Marlboro athletes. I want to see them soar. Please let us make this happen together. Thank you.
Thank you. And now we will go back to Ms. Shannon Reed. Individual stories matter, and this will be our last commenter.
Good evening. The last time I was here, I did not address you because I was simply too tired, too disheartened, and probably too emotional. I have watched my daughter grow tremendously as a student and as an athlete. and struggled tremendously as a student and athlete. Struggle is a part of life. No struggle, no strength. When PGCPS acknowledges and responds to its struggles, there will be tremendous growth. I truly believe PGCPS can lead the nation in conferences about literacy and in white papers on leadership. PGCPS has serious struggles with literacy and leadership. Trustworthy leaders address problems and serve people. Last year, when I testified about my daughter's experience on the track team, I expected a response. There was none, so my daughter paid the cost. A student should not have to tell you about the dysfunctional aspects of a sports team. Those aspects are evident in the data. It's hard to believe that someone is tracking data and serious about serving students when the students have to tell you this. Similarly, the students at Bladensburg High School have struggled under poor leadership for 13 years, and there has been no response. Since my daughter started running track 3 years ago, Wise's track team has struggled collectively and individually. Although she led the team in its first cross-country win, she consistently earned a place on all county teams, and she is one hard worker. She was worn out by unending nonsense. No matter how many times I talked to the head coach, he did what he wanted without regard for her wellness or growth. I understood the discouragement that forced her to stop running. It's hard to process that your coach will crush you when he should encourage and support you. That's hard. PGCPS needs to learn to deal with hard things. One of the best demonstrations of leadership I have seen occurred a long time ago when I was in the Marine Corps. During a Utes and Boots, my burning shin forced me to stop moving forward. I fell out of formation. The Master Gunnery Sergeant immediately appeared. He asked, "What's the matter, Marine?" I told him. We walked it out until the intense pain subsided. Then I told him I'm ready. We ran together until we caught up with the unit. I've seen that leadership here in PGCPS too. The unity and solidarity among the bus drivers is absolutely impressive. They show up with each other and for each other. They work together. Their leader is always with them. I believe PGCPS will fulfill its potential when it learns from those examples. Stories matter. Our words and actions must match up if we are going to tell a powerful story.
Thank you so much. At this time, I will pass it to Superintendent House for the latest transportation updates.
Thank you, Madam Chair. At this time, I'd like to pass the microphone to Dr. Sharasa Coleman and Kiba Baldwin.
Okay.
Good evening, Board Chair Mickens Murray, Vice Chair Walker, and members of the board. Thank you, Superintendent House, for this opportunity to update board members and members of the public on item 4.1, transportation updates. Our team is committed to providing regular updates for the board and the public as we implement our transportation action plan. If we can move to the next slide. Tonight, we will revisit our project management plan to ensure transparency and accountability around implementation of the 5 prioritized recommendations from Phase 1 to improve our transportation system. Phase 1 of our multi-year, multi-phase improvement plan has 3 main objectives. First, enhance the efficiency of our transportation system while maintaining our focus on safety. Second, engage with our stakeholder groups to ensure they are well-informed and that the improvement process is collaborative. And third, evaluate our progress by regularly reporting throughout this improvement process to ensure sufficient progress monitoring, transparency, and accountability. We plan to provide an update on each of the 5 prioritized recommendations in the month of June. This evening, we will share updates on priority recommendation number 1, bell time alignment, recommendation 4, codified opt-out. This update will be brief given the parent survey window is still open. And recommendation 5, enhanced customer service, including the Stop Finder app. At the June 27th Board of Education meeting, updates will be provided on priority 2, service level differentiation and target stop consolidation, recommendation 3, walk zone audit, and Recommendation 4, codified opt-out, which will be a more detailed report of progress. Next slide, please.
Our transportation team has started the scheduling process for the upcoming 24-25 school year. The team has received the April and May rollover files and are preparing for the receipt of the final June rollover file. All of this information is being used now so the scheduling process can continue during the Go Dark transition period from SchoolMax to Synergy, the new student information system. And I must say, for Recommendation 1, we are on track currently. Recommendation 4, our codified opt-out, we are on track currently as well. At this time, I will turn the presentation over to Director Prince for an update on Recommendation 4.
Thank you, Director Baldwin. Thank you, Director Baldwin. Just to provide some information regarding the survey that went out. Again, keep in mind that the information is still fluid. And so at this time, we have about 33,500 respondents. Of that number, just to provide some percentages, for example, as it relates to the opt-out, about 10% of that number of families that opted out of transportation. So again, the survey will close on the 14th, but we wanted to make sure that we provided that number and that update. And also just to remind members of the community and the board that the communication campaign continues throughout the summer, particularly through the Go Dark period, and information we placed on the school's website for families. But also, as another reminder, remembering that after July 22nd of this year, all parents will have to touch ParentView and be involved in that process as we are embarking upon a new student information system. So this is just a reminder to our families. You'll look for information on the website regarding the transition into our new student information system. And I'd like to turn it back over to Dr. Coleman.
Thank you. Recommendation 5, enhanced customer service, is also on track. It is clear from our community feedback that it is important to provide clarity on the actual functions of the Stop Finder app. This will allow us to have a common understanding when we say the app is working well or the app is not working effectively. Since May 1st, Transportation has been sending out a short video and messages to families to help them understand what the app does and how to navigate it. The two key deliverables for enhanced customer service for families are, 1, be able to use the Stop Finder app to see the location of the bus and receive notifications when the bus is picking up or dropping off a child. And second, receive updated communications through the Stop Finder app and School Messenger if the bus is significantly late, that is 15 minutes late or more. Director Baldwin?
As Dr. Coleman mentioned, the key deliverables. We are ensuring this happens by achieving the key actions listed there on the screen. Just to mention two of these key actions: analyzing process maps to focus on communicating when substituting buses. We've worked with the formative team to map out steps needed to properly assign buses so families can see the bus accurately to support the first key deliverable. This is basically being able to see the bus on the map. The second key action, collaborating with our technology partners to troubleshoot issues, including completing a diagnostic review of the Zonar and TransFinder applications. At this time, I would like to turn this part of the presentation over to our RT team members to share any insight on this key action.
Thank you, Mr. Baldwin. Good evening, members of the board. A couple meetings ago, actually it's probably been a while ago, a few board members, Mr. Harris and others, had requested that our team do a much deeper engagement with TransFinder, with our transportation department. And so since probably April, we've been regularly engaged. We have an engineer as well as a project manager who've been attending the weekly meetings. We've looked much deeper at the applications, both the software as well as the hardware involved. So the Zonar tablets, I think we've all agreed need to be updated, and so we're working with the vendor on that because there are some issues that impact just the ability to use them for just our drivers and the functionality of that. The Stop Finder app, which is really the one that we all want to talk about, we've spent a lot of time digging into this, and we think the app generally makes sense. It works. We think there are issues that we need to do around communication, how to sign up for it, how to set the geo alerts. It's not Uber. It's not Waze. And our team has spent a lot of time looking at public transportation, metro, as well as school bus transportation apps, and they're different. And you have to set up, and we'll do it at a later meeting, you have to set up your alerts. And so it's not quite as intuitive. So we're still working through the process of making it more intuitive for our users. But I've spent a lot more time studying just the transportation industry and the applications involved and just testing it out. And we think there's a lot of promise here, but we're going to do more testing this summer. The initial tests are promising. We're going to do some dummy routes. We've got a team that's going to go out and pretend to be parents and set the various things so that we can come back and really have a strong communication plan to get the adoption rate. So I'm excited to bring that back with Dr. Coleman and Mr. Baldwin. We're on track for that. But I just want to set some expectations about what's possible in the school bus industry and what's not. So we'll circle back to that, but we've been working closely with the team and excited about the progress we're making.
Thank you, Dr. Zuckerman. At this time, I'd like to just share some numbers with you related to the Stop Finder app and the usage. So currently, we have sent out roughly 60,000 invitations to download the app and activate their account. Of that 60,000, 24,000 have actually downloaded the app and activated their account. From that 24,000, 5,000 have actually created the geo alert and where they are able to receive those push notifications. So we definitely want to increase the usage of the app by our families by getting them additional information to activate and create their geo alerts. Here,
You can pause the video. Thank you.
so the parents and guardians will receive an update concerning this parent app, what I just mentioned, once they sign up for directions. And there's a video that goes along with it. And we would like to share this video on how to maximize this application. The information is available in multiple languages, and there's the link in where you can find more information related to what we're talking about for our transportation improvement plan. All right? All right. So you see that little 4-minute video is very intuitive, and that's what is sent out when those invitations are sent. So one of our immediate tasks is educating our families with setting up the geo alerts, which allow the stop finder to send the push notifications each time the bus picks up or drops off. Transportation, moving forward, it's conducted a process map analysis to focus on improving the communication when substituting buses. As a result, the communications personnel from transportation will be assigned next year to each of the 12 bus lots and will be responsible for providing bus status updates through School Messenger and the Stop Finder app to families in real time if buses are 15 minutes late or later. One more time. All right. So, as we implement the 5 prioritized recommendations, we want to measure the success of implementation. Listed here are the initial data metrics we will monitor and provide feedback to the community. As the board has stated, we want transparency as we are working to improve overall efficiency within our department. At this time, I would like to turn this part of the presentation over to our communications team members.
Good evening, board members. So we've been doing, thank you. We've been doing a heavy push around the survey. The window for this closes tomorrow at 4 p.m. As Director Prince has mentioned, our most recent completion rate is showing nearly 34,000 takers. And this is also not the only chance that our families will have to opt out. There's another opportunity in late July via the Synergy Parent View. As part of this campaign, we are also producing 12 videos in English and Spanish that educate on upcoming transportation improvements. One video offers an overview of all the changes and the why. Other videos explain each of the 5 strategies and what that looks like on a day-to-day basis. For example, the Stop Finder app video will simply explain how to set up geo alerts, which allows them to see a bus's journey. And as part of our Back to School campaign, we're planning 3 sessions for either late summer, early fall, so right before school starts, to have further information sessions around the transportation, north, south, and central. And that concludes my update.
Thank you. Next slide, please. The final 2 slides, and you can go to the next one, is a glossary of terms as a reference tool. This concludes our presentation, and we look forward to taking any questions from the board. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I see a light for Board Member Rout first. And
Thank you so much, Chair Mickens Murray. Telling the kids to go to bed, I'm sorry. You know, motherhood never stops. So I am so thankful for this comprehensive presentation. With regard to customer service, I just wanted to ask improvements as it relates to our bus personnel and staff. What I learned is that there is no ongoing professional development to support the needs of our students, especially our special education population who may have you know, some type of issues. And so I really wanted to understand what is the administratives, what is their plan on being able to really support the needs of our bus drivers and their mental health as they deal with some of our students who may be very difficult. And also, I also learned in the same vein that there are no posted signs on most of our buses as it relates to the rules. Oftentimes our children need to be reminded and they need visuals with regard to rules. And so I would like to know, are there any plans to provide any safety videos to any of our scholars, maybe a safety orientation? I've learned in other school districts that they do have things like that that's at the start of the school year to really prepare the students on how to appropriately ride the bus.
Sure, thank you for that. And Director Baldwin, I know that we have a beginning of the year professional development for all transportation staff during that opening week prior to the return of students, but I know you can also speak to the safety meetings that are held monthly.
Okay. So, thank you, Dr. Coleman, and that's a great point of action because that has been a little priority to work on that for building staff development. So, we do have in-service that we do at the beginning of the year that we talk about the discipline manners. We are working on the behavior side of it, the behavior management component, to give more skills or more tools to put in the toolbox for our drivers to deal with the different behaviors that they may incur while riding the bus or driving the bus with the students. We have utilized monthly safety plans in which it gives us an opportunity to instruct on a variety of ways. So we talk about student management to accidents, backing, and that nature. We have also linked a kind of a MOU with the TSA organization. So we will have them out on a regular basis beginning next school year to talk about more relative acts. This is concerning active shooters. This is anything relating to what has been apparent to our school systems related to the bus as well. When you talk about our SPED program and our SPED students, we referenced a term called travel skills, and we would like to have collaboration within the members of the IEP team to be able to develop kind of a transportation plan beginning at our younger ages all the way up to our more high school scholars about how to deal with overall transportation. So it's not just riding the bus, it leads to travel skills so that when they graduate, they have some sense of knowledge on how the travel system works from that standpoint. But it does linger to our professional development plan, in which we've been working with the Office of Professional Learning to develop an ongoing plan next year to provide monthly trainings to staff related to a variety of topics, which would include behavior management strategies moving forward.
And if I could just add to the second question around expectations for students, certainly our scholars are provided code of conduct or student rights and responsibilities handbook assemblies at the beginning of each semester in all of our schools. Transportation has been in communication with Chief of Schools, Dr. Davis, around having an opportunity to present to all principals at the elementary, middle, and high school level, and that's already on the schedule for August in preparation for the return of school, and that certainly can be a point of emphasis when we meet with principals.
Thank you so much. Board Member Briggs?
Thanks so much, Chair Mickens-Murray. And I want to say thank you to the transportation team for an amazing presentation and just all the hard work that you all have done to kind of address and be responsive to the requests of the community and also board members. I just had a few comments, and I don't necessarily think that these things aren't happening or that they aren't being addressed, but just wanted to clarify because I know that blast of the past, but going back to October when we had, everything happening with the buses and parents reaching out to all of us left and right in the community, the Stop Finder app was one of the big issues that a lot of them mentioned. And I know that one of the things I heard was that there was, and I think also in the report, was there was just issues with the tracking and with the updates that were there. So just wanted to clarify that I know that there's this kind of ironing out the kinks, and I believe that there was like a not necessarily a piloted group that this was with, but a study group, a sample group that kind of offered feedback on some of these things. So it was just wanting to make sure that as you all are doing the testing over the summer, that those kind of pieces of information that came in from the community are being addressed. The other thing I wanted to say was great video. Thought it was really, really helpful. Would love to also get feedback on that piece about the Stop Finder app. The video was great. Personally, I was thinking about myself, and so I know, if I were a parent in this moment, this would probably be a last-minute thing. I'm trying to get the bus together. I'm gonna, peruse really quickly this video. It was great. It was a little long, and I also think that if there's just things that kind of are really quick, here's the information that you need to know, because I know we've all been through this process of going onto YouTube and you want to get an answer really quick, and a person just goes on and on and on about the thing. You're like, I just wanted this 3-minute part for that. So if there's things that pop out easily, it might be more accessible for people, just as a consideration. And then lastly, for the 15-minute late policy, just wanted to know, is that happening beforehand? Because I know that a few parents reached out and said like, oh, I just found out that my bus is coming late, but it wasn't helpful because I was already like down the street, you know. So is this happening like we know at 5 o'clock that the buses are going to be running late? Like, how does that work?
It is kind of on demand, because naturally, we expect our buses to be on time with what we have, but there are incidents that are outside of our preview. And so when that occurs, we encourage our drivers to radio in. So a lot of times when that is happening, they're able to call it in, and then we're able to communicate it out. Now, it's not a perfect system, but what we're trying to build is consistency for those notifications and that.
And if I could also add to the other portion of the question regarding the video, it is really informative, but it is a little long. We acknowledge that when we were putting this presentation together, but we wanted you to see the full scope of the capabilities. We are working with communications around, Chief Patel talked about the suite of videos that's being prepared, and they will be shorter.
Okay, thank you. Board Member Booth?
And just the stop finder piece, I know Dr. Zuckerman, we locked eyes. I'm not sure if there was just any pieces on the feedback you got.
Yeah, no, I mean, the app it's a third-party app, so we actually, we can't change the app, we can't change the workflow with it. What we sought to do was to test it, to see if what Stop Finder or TransFinder says actually is true, if you follow all the steps. If you follow all the steps in the 4-minute video, and I was watching it, and it is long, and it's complicated, and so we do have to find ways, and we've given that feedback to TransFinder, and that's one of the challenges with it. Is it's just not like you open up your phone, 2 clicks, and you're there. You have to create the geo alert. You have to drag. There's a lot of steps to it. So the pieces work. The challenge is how we can create a user adoption, because the steps are involved, and we can't. That's the challenge. We can't change the steps because it's their application. So our goal is to try to simplify it. Our goal is to make sure it works. If you follow all the steps, and we think it does, we're going to do more testing this summer. But the bigger hill to climb is the communication piece.
Got it. Okay. And just, it sounds like confirmation is that the pieces that you are getting was that it was more of a navigating the app versus like an actual issue with the app.
Yeah.
Okay.
Board Member Boozer Strother?
Yeah, thank you so much. And thank you to the transportation team. And since this is my first time at the mic, thank you to the entirety of PGCPS for the 2023-2024 school year, and acknowledging this final day for our students, and point of personal privilege to thank the staff and leadership of Hyattsville Middle School for preparing my son for Northwestern High School. My questions this evening are for Synergy. Will there be entry for 2 parents? Right now, School Max has entry for 1 parent contact. I see that we have an update here for parents to watch out for Synergy Parent View Portal in July. Parent guardians need to sign up. Will there now be 2 parent guardians instead of just 1?
I have to check on that one.
Okay.
Yeah.
The other is for the current bus riders who may transition to walkers because of the route changes. Will there be earlier notice for that group of students and families for those addresses, or would they know that at the point that all bus routes are announced?
We will notify parents. It would be early August before notifying parents about bus stops from that standpoint. So that's when, if you were a walker, and a rider, and now you are a walker, you should be able to get that that information from the parent view part of Synergy. From that standpoint, we would not be able to give you that information from the transportation system, but you will be able to find it from some Synergy.
Okay, great. Thank you. And then I'd just like to request that the current presentation and previous presentations, if the information is still accurate, to be added to board docs so that we can actually utilize this and beyond this meeting tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Harris.
Thank you, Chairman Murray, and thank you for the presentation. I think some of my questions actually already got answered, but I'm happy to see Dr. Coleman, Dr. Zuckerman, that you all are collaborating across your departments to try to get to the crux of some of the issues that we've seen within the community. I think you answered this partially, Dr. Zuckerman, but in terms of the feedback that you've got either from your engineer, your project manager, I know as a third-party organization we can't impact any parts of the app, but have there been any conversations around mitigative strategies to improve the customer experience, whether that's improvements to like the GUI or whether that is more simpler instructions? I'm not sure. What are your conversations been like?
Yeah, and I'm going to actually ask Dr. Coleman too, because he's been pressing and leading the charge on that customer experience feedback.
So the answer is yes. We've been really pressing the TransFinder team to look for ways to make the app more user-friendly and intuitive. As an example, Director Baldwin outlined that we have 60,000 invitations that went out for the app, 24,000 who have actually set it up, and 5,000 who have set up the geo alerts. My question, or our question, was, can we automatically set up the geo alerts so that the families can have something set up already? There may be a way to do that, but then there might not be, because we have to be careful about the legal components with that. It just becomes a little more complex. And so we're really working to, with the TransFinder team, to identify ways that we can make it more user-friendly while at the same time safeguarding information.
Okay, I understand that. And speaking to the point of having families sign up for these opportunities, whether it's the opt-out or whether it's just getting information out from StopFinder, can you talk to me a bit around the touch points for communication that are external to just emailing it to them? Are there any other touch points or ways for reaching our families?
So besides emailing, we've been utilizing our social media platforms, and we've also been using our blog, and we've also been doing an aggressive campaign where we will be using these videos, but mainly it is through email, because that is the way we can reach our families directly. We'll also be doing mail-outs during the summer, and as we get closer to the start of school, which is not far away at all, we'll be pushing out more aggressively through our text messaging campaigns as well.
Okay, thank you. And last thing, Chair, just one more comment. I agree, the video was great. It was long. I know we're exploring other options via communications. Timestamps may be the way to go with something like that, just to highlight very important information within the video. But thank you for that.
Thank you. Next, we have Board Member Zipporah Miller.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To Dr. Coleman and team, thank you again. We really appreciate the updates because they keep us informed and we're able to keep our constituents informed, so thank you. Regarding the survey that went out, just remind me, I know you told us at the last meeting, but I just want to make sure, when the surveys went out, we have about 80,000 bus riders, from my understanding. So with 33,000 respondents, what is the plan to try to get the rest? I know part of the reach out team, and maybe this is for the communications team, was to utilize the schools while students were still in schools and send their information home. Being that now it's the end of the school year, in order to ensure we get it before we go dark, what are some other ways that we can get it from the parents so we can ensure we have the information? And if we don't get it by go dark, what are our next steps?
Well, I'll say the important thing to notice is that this is not the only opportunity, because once the Synergy Parent View goes live again in July, I believe, that'll be the next opportunity for our parents or guardians to opt out. So this was a first initial round, and it's only been 3 weeks, so we have the 33,000 respondents, but there is another opportunity, and our outreach is through the social media, our email, our text messaging and phone call out. I I can't believe it. Did I already say social media? But yeah, so it is an aggressive campaign to make sure that when we're sending letters home to our parents, that they know that there is another opportunity. So this is not a one and done.
So if I can follow up, thank you so much for that. If I can follow up, so the survey was, my understanding it was for opt-out, but is it also to get information to ensure that you have accurate information for stops, or is it just for opt-out?
So the survey shared a couple purposes. First of all was to collect the opt-out as part of the transportation audit. We wanted to get that information. But secondarily, it was also to help us transition with Synergy. So by having the additional parent information, that allows us to communicate more effectively over the summer as we make that transition. So the parent portal or the parent view aspect of Synergy, instead of having to create an entire profile or account, now that we have this information from the survey, we'll be able to use that to make it a much more direct approach for our parents to be able to engage in Synergy. But the issue is with the survey, and I hear your question, and it is a valid question, and that is how do we continue the momentum to try to capture this information for as many of our parents as we can moving forward. So we will continue with the communications piece and trying to get it out there, but we know our numbers will dwindle to some degree. So we've done what we can for the closeout, and then we will pick the ball up and continue running with it when we are able to turn the lights on with Synergy.
Okay, thank you. I think you hear me when you say part of my worry is, as an elementary school parent, I was checking all the time. When they get to middle and high school, when school is starting. That might not be the trend for every parent, but I'm just wondering so that we don't get caught at the last minute with parents scurrying saying, I didn't get the bus. They didn't fill out the survey.
Yes, certainly, and just to add a fine point to what I heard Chief Patel say, this is an ongoing improvement process. And so this was our first bite at the apple to get as much opt-out information as we can for summer planning. And when we get back, when the go dark period is over in July, we will continue to harvest information from families and make adjustments as needed. So this is an ongoing improvement process.
And if I may,
Thank
Dr.
you.
Coleman, one additional point to make too, I'm sorry if I may.
That's okay.
One additional point too. Remember with the introduction of Synergy, we wanted to be as conservative as we can to not create as much disruption or try to minimize the disruption with the rollout of this. So the actual recommendation within the audit was to opt in and not opt out. So this year we took an opt-out approach. Again, much more conservative. When we open our doors, the folks that don't respond will have transportation. But as we move into the following school year, we will be looking to transition to more of that opt-in model, of which we will have to touch every parent. We just know that there's a lot going on with the transition into Synergy that we didn't wish to make that. So I do wish to clarify that, you know, if they don't respond, they will be provided transportation for the opening of the school year.
That is great to hear. Thank you for that clarification. That was my worry. So that means that if they don't fill out the survey, they will still receive transportation at the beginning of the school year. Appreciate it. And if there's
Yes,
any way we can help by sending out through our newsletters, if you can send us information that needs to go out, I'm sure colleagues will be willing to send it out via our newsletters as well.
Thank you, Board Member Zipporah Miller and staff. Board Member LaSalle Fraser.
Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. As always, a lot of great information. Again, the feedback on the video that is provided by TransFinder, it is very long. I'm an auditory learner, so as an auditory learner, this would not appeal to me. I need to hear, so I'm hoping that our videos that we're creating are going to be shorter and with live people that are actually walking me through the process, because that's the way I learn, and that when they're doing them in Spanish, that they also break it down significantly so that our families can follow. The other piece that I'm wondering about is when the emails were sent, are we getting data of how many of those emails are being opened?
Yes, we do get the open rate. I'd have to go back and check.
Okay.
But I do know that our open rate is actually higher than the average. We have a 40% open rate, when the average is actually 15%.
40%, okay. And then the other question that I have is, are we using our parent liaisons or assistants to help in getting parents to actually, once they download the app, to actually work with it? Are we doing that?
We are engaging with our area office partners to leverage not just the PEAs or parent engagement assistants, but also our registrars, administrations to send out communications. It is an ongoing effort across both the central office team as well as the individual school teams.
I would love to see if we could have like a tech day or opportunity for Tech Out Day where we actually help our parents do multiple things with Synergy as well as with the app that we're asking them to download.
I think that's a great idea.
Thank you.
Thank you. We have 2 board members for second round. Board Member Rao.
Oh, thanks, Chair Mickens-Murray. I'm just really excited about all these transportation improvements. In my household, transportation is a big thing. And so I'm just so happy to hear, and I have full confidence in all of these improvements, that it's really going to please a lot of our parents who have been frustrated for so long. So with the process application map, I've heard from school secretaries across the county or transportation coordinators that they often don't get the notice. So will they be looped in at the school site before the parent gets notified? Because I know for me or for other students, it's like I'm calling the school and then the school doesn't know. And then my second question, please answer that one first.
They will be included in the school messenger messages. This is part of the collaboration of working with the chief of schools and sharing that information. We just need to collect who to contact from each school level.
Very fine, thank you. And to piggyback off Board Member LaSalle Frazier, I literally had those recommendations written down, but at a very more welcoming level. The schools have transportation coordinators, and it would be great for a tech day for the transportation coordinator that already has relationships with the parents that's in the building to be able to provide them some support. In the same vein, I also think, like when I'm learning a new application at work, I normally do my video and then I'm like doing it as it is. So that would be great to get maybe someone from the PCAC or from the Superintendent's Advisory Board to really do a video to really see how to really apply it. I'm just so happy for these improvements. Great job, team.
Thank you. Second round, Board Member Harris.
Yeah, really quick, 30 seconds, Dr. Coleman. As a piggyback to what you were saying, and a recommendation potentially, when it comes to making the app more user-friendly and suggestions for Stop Finder, if there is a way, like you said, to kind of set up a profile that just makes it easier for them. So for example, when those little nodes pop up, you have 1 through 5, for example, and you overlay a geofence on top of that, and then the parent just has to opt out, but the geofence is already set up. Or even if it's a quick survey at the beginning that says, would you like geofence? Would you like notifications? Like that might be just an easy checklist for them to run down. And I'm sure the team's thought about it, but I was giving it some thought over the past 10 minutes and I figured I'd say it.
No, I appreciate that, and that aligns very closely to the question/recommendation that we had for TransFinder to determine if they could do that. So we are thinking the same thing.
Very good, thanks.
Thank you, Board Member LaSalle Frazier, second round.
One quick question I had from the previous presentations that we had at Oxon Hill High School. I remember that one of the questions that one of our parents had was, are we getting a live person to be at the call center when the first bus leaves? Is that now in place?
Yes, as I mentioned before, we will have someone at the bus lots to update, to share information out for any late bus arrival, any bus changes of that nature, and that will carry over to our phone bank information. So if they have to call, we will have somebody in place.
So somebody's going to be there by 5 o'clock in the morning?
More like 5:30.
5:30 in the morning? And that's already started?
That's in the plan for next school year. Yes, ma'am.
Okay, thank you.
And so I just want to make sure we draw a fine point on that, Director Baldwin, because what he's done with the team and the implementation for next year is we all know that one of the limitations of the Stop Finder app is the substitution. When we have to double a route, you can't see both routes. And so what Director Baldwin is looking to do is redeploy resources to each one of the 12 bus lots, and their sole responsibility, not sole, primary responsibility will be to make those substitutions and then get the communications out to the schools and to the families.
Yeah. Push notifications and the school messenger app.
Thank you so much, Superintendent House, Dr. Coleman, and your team. I appreciate the work that you've put into this, and I believe we are ready. You just need to test it. So you have committed to doing that over the summer. So I appreciate it. And the last ask that I will have is there any way the board members can get these presentations before the night of the board meeting? Because it might help them with their questions.
Absolutely. We're definitely going to do our best to ensure that we give as much landing room in terms of the presentations.
Okay. Did you want, you good? Okay. All right, thank you. Next, we will have budget updates and projections. The chair recognizes Superintendent House for budget updates and projections.
Thank you, Madam Chair. At this time, I'd like to invite Lisa Howell, our Chief Financial Officer, to the microphone to share some insights around updates and projections.
Good morning, board members and community.
Good evening.
Good
evening. Good evening.
I'm sleepy.
We're not in the morning.
It's been a rough budget season. I'm a little tired, but that's okay. We'll get through it. All right, so I wanted to remind everyone about where we are right now during the reconciliation process. And we're near the end of it, but a lot goes into this time of year and finalizing the budget. Number one, as we talked about before, we've completed our school-based budgeting process. You may recall in the fall, we kind of set aside a placeholder of funds that will be allocated to the schools, and then in the spring, the principals actually build out their school-based budgets. And so that process is complete. We now take all those staffing changes and kind of put that into our overall budgeting plan. The next big change that takes place during this reconciliation cycle are updates. We have a lot of updates that happen during this time of year. Number one, we have the impact of what comes out of the 2024 legislative session. That includes the final approved budget from the governor, which trickles down to all of the LEAs. So we have updated final revenue assumptions coming out of that legislative session, as well as budget impacts coming out of legislative decisions that were made that were not reflected in the budget that we had coming out of the requested budget that was approved by the board in February. The next update that comes out during this time frame also includes a lot of the changes relating to our grants. So many of our grants are funded by the state, and so that funnels through that governor's budget process as well. But we also have a lot of our federal grants that are going through the application process in the spring. So whatever budgeting assumptions that we had around those grants in the fall are now updated based off of the grant applications that are being submitted during this time. So there's changes flushing out during this time frame as well. The next update that we have also relating to our grants is now that we're nearing the end of the year, we have a better idea of how much of our grant spending that will carry over into 2025. So again, we make some very high-level assumptions in the fall, but now that spending has been ongoing for the rest of this fiscal year, we have a better sense of our funds that will carry over into next year. So we also update those assumptions during this time. Finally, the last major update that feeds into this reconciliation process is the approved budget that was approved by the county council. So that was done at the end of May and transmitted back over to us. And so now we have the process of reconciling all of the changes relating to school-based budgeting, all the updates from the state relating to our revenue, all the changes coming out of the legislative session that have an expenditure budget impact, and then reconciling to the final approved budget by the county. So next, wanted to talk a little bit about some of the impacts coming out of this legislative session that impacts 2025, our 2025 budget. The first item relates to the Prince George's County Family Child Care Home Expansion Grant Program in PGCPS. This is something that came through late in the legislative season, and it's resulting in Prince George's County. It was pushed through by the delegation, and PGCPS has been charged with establishing this program to expand home-based child care facilities for low-income families. This involves not only kind of administering this overall program, but also issuing grants. This is an unfunded mandate because it came with no funds, but it came with a mandate. So that was a little bit of a surprise coming out of that legislative session. We initially, during the process, put together a very high-level fiscal note with an impact of about $2.2 million. We did ask for funding from the county, but it was not included in the final approved budget. The next item that you see here relates to Tier 2 pre-kindergarten, our early learners. So in the Blueprint legislation, we received funding for our pre-K full-day program, different age groups, and different funding levels depending on family income. The Blueprint legislation planned for funding of our second tier of students. So the first tier are for students whose families are up to 300% of the federal poverty level. We receive funding for those students at 100%. The second tier, it's a shared cost model where we receive funding, but part of it, there's a family share component associated with it as well. Well, late in the legislative session, the funding for that second tier was pulled back and will be delayed until fiscal year 2028. So we had that revenue built into our budget that was transmitted back in February, and now that revenue is no longer in our budget. So it's part of our reconciliation. The cost is still there, but the revenue source is now not there. The next item that you see here relates to the Integrity and Compliance Office. There were some changes coming out of this session that just really sort of clarified the role of that office and being an independent function. The actual legislation with regards to establishing the office, as you know, went into effect for fiscal year 2024. And we did make a very high-level assumption around the cost of that function when we developed the budget for '24, which rolled over into our base for 2025. But now that we actually have the function, it's here, it's established, and we have a better sense of what it's going to cost to actually run that office, there's an incremental impact coming out of that as well. So we'll talk about that on some of the next slides coming up. Let's see, and then the next section relates to items coming out of the supplemental budget for the governor. It's also having an impact on our budget that was not reflected earlier. So again, going back to our pre-K students, our early learners, we have our publicly funded pre-K program where our students are either in our schools or through private providers. And so in the earlier budget that we received from the state, the funding that goes to the private providers was not included. So now in the supplemental budget, that student count has been added, and therefore the funding has been added. Now keep in mind though, this funding is 100% passed through to our private providers, and so we are reflecting the impact of that revenue in our budget now. We did have part of the cost reflected in our budget that would be passed through, but we did have to make an adjustment to bring it up to the full amount based off of the student count that was finalized and included in the supplemental budget. And then the last item that was captured in the supplemental budget relates to our Blueprint coordinator, which we've had one now with the school system for several years. Last year, legislation was introduced to provide funding to partially offset the cost of that Blueprint coordinator, and now it has been built into legislation on a permanent basis. Well, that will be an ongoing funding stream, so we have some funding tied to that as well, and we've reflected that in our budget. So now I wanted to talk a little bit about the changes in our revenue from what we last saw when we had our requested budget that was approved by the board and transmitted over to the county. So in the first column, what you see captured there is the requested revenue. This is the county contribution. The very top row in blue of $909 million reflects the amount that's required based off of the Blueprint funding formula. And so just as a reminder, the funding that we get through all the various Blueprint programs, there's a state share and there's a local share. This is the local share that the county is required to contribute to us based off of the blueprint legislation. In addition to that, as you recall, we've previously received on top of that funding for energy and telecommunications of $64 million, or roughly $64 million. And in our budget, in the requested budget, we assumed that funding was going to continue. We now know that in the county's budget that funding has been removed and is going towards meeting the requirement for blueprint. So you see that reduction in the next column, in the approved budget column, of $0 for the energy and telecom revenue. So you see that decrease overall of $63 million in our revenue, in the county contribution in our county contribution for the requested budget versus where we are now in the approved budget. So I wanted to go into a little bit more details around what this looks like for the county contribution. So again, the column on the left represents what was in our requested budget, and that very first row at the top captures the overall impact, again, of the blueprint requirement of $989 million. Out of that, there is a state subsidy where basically the state helps to pay for or helps to subsidize a portion of the county's local share. So that is an offset that you see that brings it down to that $909 million that we just saw on the previous slide. Because of some of the changes that came through during this last, the final governor's budget, the overall revenue, this county share of the revenue did slightly change, which is why you see the minimum blueprint requirement slightly increasing by $688,000 because of some of those small changes that I mentioned before about pre-K. There were some other minor adjustments as well, but that was the biggest driver. But the second section there that I want to kind of highlight really relates to the use of funds that we received from the county contribution previously. So again, in the left-hand column, you'll see that out of that $909 million that we were receiving from the county, those funds were all geared towards, blueprint programs, whether they were unrestricted, which was the majority of the funding, or restricted. Now in the 25 budget, the use of those blueprint funds will be spread differently, because in our previous funding, we also had energy and telecom, and that energy telecom helped to fund items that we now have to fund out of the money that it's intended for blueprint. So on the right-hand column, you'll see that $909 million is spread between, we still fund our restricted blueprint programs, but the unrestricted number is lower by about $17.8 million. And that is because out of those funds, we have to now cover phase 1 of the P3 availability payment. And we also have non-blueprint grants where there's a county match that we have to now pay out of those blueprint funds. Previously, when we had the energy and telecom revenue, that revenue helped to pay for the availability payment, and it helped to pay for our non-blueprint grants. For example, we receive a grant for JROTC. There's a federal where they pay the majority of it, but there's a local county match. It's not blueprint related, but there's a county local match that's required. That county match used to come out of energy and telecom, but now that that revenue source is gone, we're having to take a portion of those funds out of our blueprint unrestricted to help cover those grants. All right, so now I want to talk a little bit about the change in our unrestricted operating revenue. And this is the portion that really has an overall impact to our operating budget. So again, in the far left column represents what was in our requested budget, and in the next column to that represents what's captured now in the approved budget based on the final budget from the county and budget from the state. And you see the programs listed on the left outlines all of the major blueprint programs, foundation, comp ed, et cetera. And you can see when you look at the variance between what is in the requested budget column versus the approved column, what's changing. You see the decrease in the foundation is going down by $3.561 million, and that is relating to the portion of that county share of blueprint funds that's now going to non-blueprint grants. So we're having to cut money out of monies that there's going to be less funding available on the blueprint side for foundation because it's going to be covering those non-blueprint grants. So you see that reduction there of $3.561 million. And then the other change that you see there on the revenue side is for pre-kindergarten. And again, that relates to, it's two adjustments that you see coming in that number. One includes the money that we're receiving for private providers that I mentioned earlier that came out of the legislative session, where those funds are being passed through 100% to our private providers. That total revenue increase was about $4.2 million. That is being offset by the Tier 2 pre-K funding that I mentioned was cut. So the net increase is $2.2 million, but really it's a reduction to us because most of those funds, that increase that you see, are going through to private providers. So our unrestricted revenue from our major programs, as you see there, is decreasing. Excuse me. Is decreasing by the $1.3 million noted. The next section below, and we'll get into a little bit more detail, relates to some of our other unrestricted revenue sources, and that includes the board, county, and federal sources, so all sort of lumped in there. That is inclusive of the county contribution, but that also includes some of our other funding sources, which will be a little clearer on the next slide. And then finally, the use of fund balance. We'll talk through this in a little bit more detail as well. But there's a shift between the use of our fund balance between unrestricted and restricted, which will be denoted a little bit clearer on the next slide. So the top part of this slide here captures the change in our unrestricted revenue by revenue source type. So the previous slide was by blueprint programs, and I like that view because it allows us a different view of where the programs that the funding is intended for. But this view here is by source. And so you can see at the top part of the chart, the total unrestricted revenues are decreasing by about $48 million. The largest reduction there is relating to the county. So again, in that column to the right, you see the county revenue on the unrestricted side is going down by about $60 million, and that's, the impact of the energy telecom being reappropriated. You see the net increase in the state is going up by about $1.5 million, and that's all tied to the pre-K funding that we discussed earlier. The other change there is on the board revenue. So we went back and really reevaluated some of our board source revenue, and one of the largest sources of our board revenue relates to interest income. We looked at the trends for this year, and we've done a projection. We refined that projection on a going forward basis, and we feel very comfortable with the increase in that revenue going up by about $18 million. So that's helping to soften that blow a little bit of that drop in revenue from the county. And then you see the use of fund balances going down $7.6 million. So just put a pin in that for a moment. In the chart down below are the restricted funds. The restricted funds all reflect some of the changes that I mentioned earlier, which occurred during reconciliation. The biggest change that you see here is on the federal side, where you see the budget is increasing by about $74 million. This is due to a change in our assumptions around the funds that are going to be carrying over from 24 into 25. A good portion of that is tied to our ESSER funds, where there's been a little bit of a delay in some of those funds being spent. That will be available as budget authority as we move into 2025. Obviously, that grant is going to be expiring, as we've all talked about, in September. So there is going to be a surge or a remaining spend down of those funds available during the first quarter of the fiscal year. But we want to make sure that we captured the impact of that revenue going over into the early part of next fiscal year. So that's the increase of $73 million there. You see an increase in the state revenue of $12.9 million. That's also primarily due to carryover funds as well. And then you see the reduction in county of $3.5 million. And again, that's due to that shift in some of those grant funds having to be paid for, out of our other source of funds, but not from the county. So finally, you see also there in that section below, under the prior year fund balance, an increase of $7.6 million, the same corresponding decrease that you see on the unrestricted side. That really is just a reclassification in carryover funds relating to funding that we received from the county. You may recall last year's budget, we received funding from the county to improve our AstroTurfs fields and facilities. Those funds will continue to be utilized over the next 2 or 3 years as we continue to work through those improvements. So it's just shifting that classification because those funds are restricted in use, and since they were not fully utilized in 2024, the funds will fall to fund balance, be assigned there, and be available for use in 25 through 27 as we expect those projects to be complete during that time frame. So our total use of fund balance in aggregate is remaining the same. It's just shifting between what is restricted versus unrestricted. So overall, a number that I want you to keep in mind is the total decline in our unrestricted revenue of $48 million. That is our budget gap that we have to solve for. As we previously discussed, we've gone through several different considerations in order to help to close the budget gap. The first is looking at our central office reductions, or looking at additional central office reductions above and beyond those that we identified previously during the proposed and requested cycle to close the budget gap, and also including a hiring freeze of our non-instructional, non-essential positions. The second relates to building repairs and maintenance that will be delayed over a longer period of time. So you may recall when we went through the budget presentation during the proposed cycle that there were several building maintenance and repair projects that were previously funded through ESSER, and we're now rolling that maintenance into our operating budget. Some of those projects will have to be delayed over a longer period of time, and we will not be able to complete all of those in the 25 budget. School security enhancements and athletic trainer delays. This was one of the program enhancements where there were these two program enhancements were included in the 25 proposed budget, and we're still moving forward with those, but just a plan to phase those out over a 2-year period, and we'll get into the details on the next slide. Online campus phased closure. This is really an important initiative for the school system. The online campus has really been a game changer for some of our students who learn better in a virtual environment, and it's something that's important that we ensure that we continue to have on a going forward basis. This is really, however, is an opportunity to right-size our staffing with the enrollment of that campus. And so we're looking to make sure that we have the right staffing that's appropriate for the expected enrollment on a going forward basis. And then continuing to evaluate the use of the online campus for students that need that as an option to continue their educational journey. And then finally, really sort of reevaluating all of our program enhancements as a whole that were included in the proposed budget. So starting with the reconciling items in the 25 budget. So again, you see that $48 million that I asked you to kind of keep that number in mind. That's our starting point. That is the gap that we're solving for. Before we start with reductions, there are some impact items that we had to add back to to our budget coming out of this legislative session. So again, we talked about the pass-through funding that is needed for the pre-K private providers. We already had part of that funding in our budget, and we had to add an additional $2.3 million. So in aggregate, we have revenue coming from the state and county of $4.2 million, and now we have in the budget an offsetting $4.2 million as well, and that reflects the funding that's going straight to those private providers. Second, we talked about the Family Child Care Home Expansion Grant Program. This is a new initiative for us, which came with no funding. We are really considering this to be a planning year in terms of what direction we may be required to do on a going forward basis. But if we are required to implement this effort, we will request funding for this in our 26 budget. So we wanted to make sure that there is awareness that this initiative has been approved, it has been passed, it's through legislation, but there's not a budget impact for it in 2025. The second item that we're adding back to the budget is the incremental impact of the additional position and staffing costs that are needed to fully build out the integrity and compliance office. Next, we get to the cost of doing business adjustments. Again, we have another add back before we get to the reductions. The first one relates to our lease purchase agreement, which is our financing vehicle that we use to purchase our textbooks. The initial estimate that we had in our requested budget was understated by about $1.9 million, and so we've had to make that adjustment to account for the expected cost associated with this for 2025. The next item that we have listed here, again for awareness, relates to our instrumental refresh program. Our instruments are in dire need of replacement for our student population. We went through, I think the last major refresh was back in 2007. With the use of our ESSER funds, we were able to jumpstart that process by beginning to refresh them on a periodic basis. As we're getting prepared for the 25 budget and beyond, we are going to be working to see how we can be able to sustain that refresh program within our existing budget. We're going to reevaluate where we are as we get to 2026, but 2025 will be a year to see what we can do within our existing budget. And so wanted to have it captured on here for awareness, but we're not adding additional cost to the budget for that, so we're not able to absorb that in the budget at this time. One item that I wanted to point out as we move into the next item captured here relates to the availability payment for Phase 2 of P3. So you may be aware that the county is now going to be, on our behalf, paying for the availability payment for Phase 2. That number is not included in the county contribution that we reviewed earlier. Those funds are going to be paid on our behalf directly into the P3 state fund. So it's not included as a county contribution that's coming to us first and then we pay it out. So it's not reflected in the revenue, but we did have in our budget previously, as you recall, an assumption that we were going to be paying it ourselves. So that was baked into our requested budget, and we're taking that cost out of $14 million. And again, that was only part of it, because again, part of our plan previously was that we were going to pre-fund part of that availability payment in 2024, but all of that changed. So now we just have the impact of the $14 million that's coming out. The next item that you see here is early payoff of our lease purchase agreements for fiscal year 23 and fiscal year 24. So during the last financial review, the board approved the early payment of, we actually had two financial reviews. There was one that was done in April, and then the next one that was done after that. But the last one that was done included the early payoff of our lease purchase agreements. And again, it's our financing vehicle that we use to purchase textbooks, our buses, our non-bus vehicles, and our computers. So paying those off early in 2024 has freed up the commitment that we would have had to pay in 2025 to the tune of $9 million. Next, you see the impact of delaying building maintenance and repairs that I discussed earlier. So we're not going to be able to do all the projects that we had planned for 2025, but we'll phase those out between this year and next. Moving on to the next section of program enhancements. So these were the enhancements that were included in the requested budget that the board previously approved, and we're making some adjustments to those enhancements in order to help close the budget gap. The first one relates to online classroom staffing, as I mentioned, trying to right-size the staffing that better aligns with the expected enrollment for the coming year. The impact of that is a reduction of $1.3 million. Next is the athletic trainers in all high schools, phasing that in over a 2-year period. We have been successful in identifying positions that we believe will be filled for 2025, and then those positions that will be filled in 2026 equals about $1.3 million, and that is going to be an impact that we'll be able to delay until the next fiscal year. The next adjustment that you see here relates to school-based IT techs that we were planning to add an additional 6 positions to help support our schools, but that's going to be a reduction that we're making here as well. The next phase implementation relates to security enhancements. There were 59 positions that were added in the proposed budget as an enhancement to help really bolster up our security efforts for fiscal year 2025. the majority of those enhancements are moving forward. We are looking to just delay the hiring of some of those positions, just because we know that they're more difficult to fill positions and will likely have success in getting those filled over a 2-year period. And so there's a small portion of those, about 6 FTEs out of the 59 that have been requested, that will be filled, that we're looking to fill in 2026. The communication staffing enhancements, some of those positions, well, most of those positions are being removed from the budget. We are keeping the graphics designer position that was proposed. That position is self-funded because there were corresponding reductions in contractual services in order to fund that FTE. But these are the incremental positions that have been removed. The next relates to the supervisor bullying support and intervention. Delaying that for now. The schools team will continue to provide this necessary support that has been provided with the existing team members that they have in place. And same with the infant, toddler, and preschool child find program nurse as well. Next, we move to the base adjustments. And this is where we've had to make some changes to some of our reserve assumptions. Any good budget always has a reserve because our budget is only good based off of what we know today. But things will come up during the school year. In a school system of this size, we have to be able to react. So we went back to our reserves and really looked to see where there was an opportunity to scale that back a little bit more. And so we've made some of those adjustments about as close as we can make it without getting too deep where I feel like it would be not fiscally responsible to go much deeper than that. So we've adjusted our reserves by about $14.2 million. And then finally, we are going to continue with providing summer school kits for this summer. But for next summer, that will be phased out. So that's a reduction of $1.1 million. So overall, these adjustments equal about $40.9 million, which leaves us with a gap of about $7.1 million. That is a gap that we are going to fill, and we're going to actively manage through our controlled hiring process by having a hiring freeze of all non-instructional, non-essential positions to ensure that we have the salary lapse needed in order to ensure that we achieve those savings in order to have a balanced budget. So that is the end of my budget presentation. Any questions?
Thank you. I'm looking. I see no lights. Are y'all pushing lights? You pushing lights? Okay, here we come. Give me a minute. Okay. Board Member Rout first.
Yes, thank you. So I'm going to use my first round to support one of my colleagues who had to unfortunately leave tonight. So my colleague wanted to understand from the board's budget amendments, are they being reconsidered? Like which ones can you say that will be definitely affected?
Out of the ones that we just reviewed, I think the only one on here that was a board member amendment relates to the supervisor bullying support and interventions. All the other board amendments are already baked into the budget that was included in the requested budget that was approved by the board, and they're not on this list as proposed reductions. These are the proposed lists of reductions that you see here.
Thank you for the clarity. So if we, so I will now want to bring your attention to the 6 FTEs for the security. So if we are reducing the amount of security personnel, how will we be able to amplify our restorative justice practices? Because we have to be able to replace it with something. In today's climate, safety and security, what we heard from our survey is that our students and our teachers are very, very concerned. So I just wanted to further understand that.
Sure, thank you so much for that question. With respect to the safety and security enhancements that are outlined here, 59 of the positions were slated to be included in this upcoming budget. Only 6 of those positions will be impacted, and that is because 24 of that 59 are the safety and security counselors. We're just simply reducing that number by 6, the safety and security counselors, because it was going to be very difficult for us to hire fully credentialed safety and security counselors because they have to have a police certification to hire that many people in 1 year. So we felt comfortable that we could still have a strong security posture, hire the 18 in 1 year, and then in the second year, hire the remaining 6.
Thank you so much. I'll just do second round. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Board Member Strother.
Thank you so much, Chair. Thank you so much for this detailed presentation. It's very clear, the status and where we are and the opportunities around the gap. Typically, at this stage, we look to our OBAFA committee for recommending to the board the final version. So I'm looking over at Vice Chair Harris in the absence of Chair Adam Stafford, if you could update us on that opportunity for the committee to have this final discussion with the administration and make a recommendation to the board for the next board meeting. Thank you.
Sure, if I can. The OBAFA committee has the intent of holding an additional meeting before our next full board meeting. We know that this is a lot of information to digest. We know board members have a lot of questions. We do invite you to join us at that next meeting. It'll be scheduled for late next week, if not early the following week after that. Just need to dot our I's and cross our T's there to see where we do stand. But I do encourage you all to ask questions. Administration, you can take those questions back. Maybe we can field them at the OBAFA meeting if they're not ready to be fielded tonight. But do take comfort in that, colleagues, that we'll have an additional conversation before our next board meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Harris for questions now.
Yeah, I had a comment.
Okay.
So I think it's really important as we go through seeing how we are filling this gap, that we make sure that we are handling it in an equitable manner. And by that I mean I see reductions to building maintenance and repair, for example, and my immediate question is which schools are going to see those impacts the most. Same thing when it comes to security enhancements. I know, Dr. Coleman, you just explained that a bit more, but still the question of where does that come into play? I know for my community in particular, when it comes to athletic trainers in high school or Area 3 for that phase transition, I'll be getting some calls tomorrow around that. So I would just like some additional transparency on that. I realize we have already stripped away a lot, and we're still at $7 million left over to fill that gap. So thank you for the work that you have done. But those are just some of my initial thoughts around this. But I guess the question, to get back to the question, is when it comes to the building maintenance and repair, how are we determining where and which projects are being prioritized?
Thank you so much. So the reduction in funding will impact the funds currently earmarked for roofing and playground inspections. So it won't be a particular school, but it's those functions. We're going to work to and attempt to support these functions within the current budget, but we may need to request additional funding in the future to cover unforeseen repairs might they arise. To also offset this issue, we are continuing to collaborate and support the collaboration between the Department of Building Services and the Department of Capital Programs, so that if an emergency major repair does come up, we can tap into potentially one of the other budgets that are at our disposal.
Got it. And then my last question, my last question for Dr. Zuckerman. When it comes to the reduction for IT school-based techs, do you foresee that having an impact on our transition to Synergy?
No, not to Synergy. I don't. I think there's longer term, and we will address that in the longer term, just as we build our infrastructure, but not for Synergy, no.
Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member LaSalle Frazier.
Thank you. I would like clarification on why we're considering to cut at the Office of Interpreting and Translation, the Language Access Liaison, and also what was the rationale for cutting our supervisor for bullying interventions? I think those are two very critical positions that should not be considered for for cuts. And I know that we are in a crunch, but there are other ways. I also seen that we've had raises for our executive level positions here in the county, and if we have raises for the executive level, why are we cutting essential positions?
Thank you for that question. I'll ask if Dr. Faison could come up and speak from Student Services, but when we looked at the budget and the current positions that we had within the office, we also had a mental health coordinator position in the enhancement as well. And so we looked at the supports for the mental health clinicians that are in the school and the current 2 employees that are doing that work, and we felt like that was more of a priority and that the team who is currently supporting bullying could continue to support it, and then we could have the staff across, like counselors and everything, to help. If we could have had both, we would have, but we just prioritized the mental health coordinator. And I'll see if Dr. Faison wants to answer or add anything in addition to that. It wasn't an easy decision, but we really looked at where we needed the support the most, and based on what the information from the team, it was the mental health coordinator.
Thank you, and good evening. I think the only thing I would add is that we did request 15 private duty nurses in addition to the mental health coordinator that we were adding to the county. And because we were adding those 15 positions, we just looked at the 2 positions that would not, at this point, create OCR complaints, and that would allow students to receive instruction while a nurse is able to accompany those students to school. We have seen in some instances over the last couple of years our students not being able to attend school because we do not have enough private duty nurses, and so that became the priority to close that gap of instruction for those students.
And the interpreter services, why are we cutting that?
Well, I'll just make a general statement as it relates to where we are in the budgeting process. This is an extremely challenging budgeting year. And it's not just this year. We have a permanent loss in revenue of $60+ million that's going away for good. And so we have to be mindful that you don't have that kind of a change without there being an impact to the school system as a whole. Our funding, has legislation that's tied to it where it has to follow the funding has to follow the student to the school. Obviously, there's funding that's set aside as well for our core central office operations. Part of our exercise on a going forward basis that we're going to continue to do, and we've already begun the work, is really going through and scrubbing our budget to right size it with this permanent loss in revenue. It's not a 1-year gap. Also, when you look at our budget, part of our funding source includes the use of fund balance. That's one time. That's not ongoing. This year is $120 million. We cannot sustain that. So next year, you really want to think about a budget that's going to be excluding $63 million and excluding $120 million. I mean, just really sort of think about the impact of what that means to us as a school system and making sure that our priorities continue to align with the funding that we're receiving. And so it's not something you can solve for in just a few months. It is really an exercise that requires a lot more diligence. Not only that, all the LEAs are going through a process, a 3-year implementation, to ensure that our funding aligns with Blueprint. And we've been given a 3-year mandate to kind of roll that out. So part of our exercise in preparing for that mandate is to also ensure that not only are we sort of really reevaluating our budget, aligning it with our priorities, ensuring that it also aligns with the requirements of Blueprint. And so again, that's an exercise that takes a lot of work. This is our initial effort in order to close the gap for this year, but there's a lot more work that's going to be involved around ensuring that we have a school system that's aligned with our priorities and that's aligned with the funding streams that we have on a going forward basis.
Thank you.
My last statement is that as a district, we should consider leading by example. And if the executive leadership is going to lead by example, consider getting a pay cut.
Thank you. Board Member Zipporah Miller.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And just want to thank you for this information, and I'll echo my colleagues in terms of it's a lot of information to digest, and getting this ahead of time would be helpful. But one of the things I'm echoing my colleague asked in terms of the decisions that were made. They're tough decisions, I get it, that were made in terms of the cuts. One of the cuts was the bullying position, and I would never override that for the nurses because I know why the nurses are needed, and it is paramount. The bullying position is also a psychological safety position. The security enhancements are physical safety, which is paramount and front-facing for students. So the consideration as we're making cuts is looking at positions, because it was mentioned we're doing hiring freezes, which means we should not be getting positions to approve if we're doing a hiring freeze. And some of the positions we're getting are not front-facing in terms of physical and psychological safety. So as it goes back to OBAFA, I'd like you to consider those that are front-facing for students and those that will be an impact on their physical and psychological safety to ensure that we cover that, because I continuously keep getting emails from parents, and I want to ensure that we are advocating for those children.
You're done? Okay, thank you. Board member, second round, Board Member Rout, and then Board Member Harris.
Okay, so I am a parent of a toddler who has utilized the child find process. And so I just want to understand how many students will be impacted as it relates to not having these nurses.
So, thank you for the question. I just want to clarify that these are not cuts. These were positions that were enhancements. So these were positions that were asked to be added. So there are current staff members, and this work is currently being done. We were just going to add these positions on. So that work was already happening, and I believe other nurses are helping to do that work, or we're splitting the time with that work. So it's not like it wasn't happening before. It was just a position we were adding to enhance the current work that was already there.
Yeah, I don't know if anyone's ever experienced that program, but it took a long time just to get a call back, as my 2-year-old was not talking at all. And I saw that every single day. And I'm so fortunate for the Prince George's County daycare center that they actually worked with my daughter to get her to talk, and now she can't stop talking. We cannot cut this program, because in 10 years, these babies are going to need these services. And so, to me, I'm hearing a cut because we identified in the process that we needed these positions. We identified that already. And so, to take that much of a hit to our early learners, who we already understand that they may need some special help, I don't think we're doing our younger learners, we're not setting them up for success. I think we need to reconsider these nursing positions.
Thank you. Board Member Briggs, did I overlook you? I'm so sorry, because you were first round.
No, it's fine, and thank you so much. And I want to say again, thank you to your team for the presentation. I did just have a piece that I wanted to add in, which I think is maybe helpful for you all too. And you probably thought about this already, so I'd love it if you could just share more. But I think, the 3 buckets that that Director Howe mentioned around making potential cuts to, which I think was staffing and the board's amendments, et cetera. It would be great if we could just talk about the impact of those things, so if like a risk management assessment or something that goes with what is the potential. I'm assuming that across the board they're not all equal. And so what is the potential possibility of, if we make a cut here, what's the deficit or what's the impact of that versus somewhere else? And you may have already done that, but we'd just love to know more about that piece. I also just wanted to mention that I think that's just really, hopefully for all of us, especially as board members, revs us up to think about the importance of being in Annapolis and, advocating for that, for all of the things that we need, and essentially not having unfunded mandates, which just don't help us. I know that at a state level, every county is faced with these deficits, as ESSER funds and other kind of COVID funds are coming to an end. So I know that this is a shared experience, and the blueprint is going to continue to be, looked at because it's an impact that's going to be on all school systems as they have to get creative. But we just wanted to make that mention, Ms. Howell, if you had anything to share about the risk management piece to any of that.
As it relates to the process of really identifying the cuts, it was a combination of what will the potential risk or impact be to our school system, to our students that we're tasked with educating, but also looking at the least amount of impact as well to some of our existing programs and people that are helping to support those programs. And so, as was stated earlier, the starting point was looking at what we were looking to add to the budget, not what's already in the budget, because we don't want to impact existing employees. So the hiring freeze is focused on vacancies. The hiring freeze is focused on vacancies that are already vacant in the 2024 budget, not including the approved enhancements that would go forward. But the enhancements are additions to what we don't currently have in our budget. So then we ask the question, what can we get by with already of what we already have in 2024 to get through 2025 and reconsider for 2026. So it was really from a standpoint of having the least amount of impact to our existing programs and to our existing employees, and looking at what we're adding to the budget that we might be able to just delay the implementation of some of those changes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Second round for, okay, first round for Vice Chair Walker.
Hi, and thank you so much. The task to reconcile $48 million is a large one, so I appreciate you all going through the exercises, and I recognize that we are not going to appreciate, probably like you all of the things that need to be cut or that's recommending. So I'll be at the OBAFA meeting is my goal, so I can just hear how we can help you all to take a look at this in considerations. So thank you for the further central office reductions and the hiring freeze. The building repairs, I'm so glad you confirmed what it was, because all I could think about was in District 9 we have buildings that's 1950s and 1960s built, and so it would be good to understand. I know you said it's not per school, but if you take a look at what the roofing and whatever projects are that we are going to cut, if they are for school districts, it would be great to just kind of understand that, because we get the calls on that. I did write down here if we could create a plan to sit with our delegation and House leadership to really talk about impact of unfunded bills. I thought you did a great job at letting us know what that looks like today, and I just think it might be helpful as we partner with the Policy and Governance Committee. I'm looking at you, but it's really, I'm looking over here too, and over here. That's really where I'm looking. I'm just, okay. As we move forward, I just think that it's really behooves us to sit down with them, even at this space when they're not even in session yet, so that we could talk to them about this here. Next, I wanted just to talk about, and I know Frank is going to send me daggers up here, but as I know that we are pressing pause on a number of things, I'm looking at the incremental impact to our Integrity Compliance Office of $600,000. And my pause with that is for us to understand what we can do, if any, to press pause on some of that there, especially when I'm looking at building maintenance and repairs, when I'm looking at front office staff, when I'm looking at things that really impact our children every single day. Not that this is not important, but I'm also looking at bullying support and intervention. And all of these are hard decisions, and so I just want us to think about, and maybe you can too, just to think about what we can do in order to press pause or go back to our amazing council people and ask for additional help in this realm too, so that that can be totally funded. And I'll yield the rest of my time. Thanks. It's only seconds.
Thank you. Seeing no more lights, Chief Financial Officer Lisa Howell, I commend you.
Yeah, for sure.
This was a tough task, and from my lens, you've done an excellent job by minimizing the pain as I look at these other counties. and what they're going through in those other districts. So for that, I say thank you. And then when we meet in the OBAFA meeting, we can have some candid discussions about how to alleviate this 7 million, even though you have said you've already come up with a plan by freezing hiring. So I just want to say to you, Superintendent House, this exercise, you need to be complimented and your staff needs to be complimented because this was a tough exercise. But I think you did a great job. And I'll call you Mama Bear because you looked out for the employees in Prince George's County School System. So thank you for that. Now we will move on to, get back to my annotated agenda. Summer school and end of the school year. The chair recognizes Superintendent House.
Thank you, Madam Chair. At this time, our Chief Academic Officer, Dr. Judith White, will share some insights around summer school. And at this time, I'll turn the microphone over to her.
Good evening, Board Chair Miggins Murray and Vice Chair Walker and the rest of the Board of Education. I thought it would be great to kind of walk you through our site so you would know what our parents would see, and then any parent watching or the video, they could go back and see what we've done. So what you see in front of you is our Summer Learning Spark. It's what we're calling it for Summer Programs 2024. I do have, this is not parent-facing, but it is for you. And it lays out this document. We'll just lay out what I'm talking about and how the site is set up. We'll make sure that you get a copy before you leave this evening so that you have it. It's just my talking point so that you to know how the site is set up. But it has the QR code that if you are working with your communities, you can share that information. So I first want to start with what's not on this site, and it's what our CFO shared about learning kits for our rising kindergarten and our rising first grade students. We purchased kits. They're actually little backpacks for every single student. They're being shipped and delivered to our schools now so that they are activities, games, all educational, that their families would be able to work with them for our youngest learners. It's a kit that they will have all summer long. They can continue to use them as they go throughout the summer. So what you see here, when you start scrolling down, you see where it says PGCPS sponsored summer program. So tonight I'm going to just talk a minute about the difference between a system-sponsored versus a school-sponsored program. So as you go down, you'll see 3 areas: elementary school, middle school, and high school. I'm going to have my driver over there click on elementary school just so that we can see. So here, what a parent would find is that these are the systemic programs that you will find for our elementary students. When you click on any of them, it will tell you what grade it's for, who can register, and what the registration process would be. For example, that's an opportunity at Camp Schmidt. It tells you how to register. It tells you click here for registration. So all of our programs under our PGCPS sponsored are built out that way. What I would like to identify here, and I'm going to come back and talk about, is if you look at the third card over where it says PGCPS Summer Learning Adventure K-5, you do not see where it says read more, because that is an opportunity for our parents of our youngest learners to work with their students, and it will not go live until July 1. Once I walk you through the whole site, we're going to go and I'm going to show you what that experience will look like, and we're really excited. We had an opportunity to work with board member Adam Stafford about that. I've had a chance to show her this already, and so very, very excited about it. So if we go back out, what I just wanted, before we move forward, just kind of let you know, I showed you the elementary, but when you think about middle school, that is where we have our math tutoring available. Students can sign up for middle school mathematics. We have our middle school intervention currently open to students grades 6 through 8. That program is for our middle school students who are failing in 2 or more grades with a grade of an E. They will be online all of July, working live with a tutor, well, actually not a tutor, an actual Prince George's County Public School teacher in reading and mathematics to really bridge their skills before next year and to bridge any of them who need that before entering into high school. Those students, it's not a registration process. They were identified based on grades, and their parents have already been communicated with. You would also see in middle school, if we were to click on it, that we will have some PSAT, SAT support for families. And again, under all three levels, you'll see our ESY programs for students identified through the IEP process, and then a teen adventure camp for students with special needs, grades 13 through 21. If we were to click on the high school site, you would see that we have a lot of our bridge programs. So our aerospace, engineering, and aviation bridge program. You would see our 3D Scholars Bridge program, our International Baccalaureate Bridge program, our P-TECH Bridge program. When we have those special programs, we want to make sure the students leaving 8th grade and entering into those buildings are geared up for the level and rigor, our Science and Tech Bridge program, that they would experience day one so they don't falter. You would also see on this site that we also have math tutoring available for all high school students that need it. They are with a live tutor, and they can sign up for that. And then you just see different camps, things that we're just sponsoring that way. The biggest one on high school is our original credit and credit recovery, so that we know our high school scholars are earning credits towards graduation. Our credit recovery is really big during this period of time. We have 4 sessions available to them. Some are during the day, some are in the evening, some are in person, depending on what it is that they're taking. And it is where they are recovering the credits. So they've sat a full year in a course. They do not have enough to make the marker. We're going to take them through a very intensive 4-week to get them there over the hump so that they can recoup that credit. For some select courses, we have original credit because we believe in advancement for any student in high school for certain courses that are ready to move on to the next level. So when we go back, the next thing we see as we slide down right there is school-based sponsored programs. We have, in addition to what I said was Prince George's County sponsored, we have 49 schools that are offering programs. So for a parent, they could go down this list, potentially look for their school, and then it would talk through what that looks like, the contact person, and what that program is. And so if we go back out, then we wanted our parents to know that, hey, while we may not have something for you that we've mentioned currently because you're not in a bridge program or your school isn't, we also wanted to put our partnership opportunities on our site. So we have opportunities with our Prince George's County Library Summer Learning Adventure. That's where they can actually go in and do activities. But we also provided our Prince George's County Library System Kid events. So every event that they're having throughout the summer is linked there. Additionally, our area summer youth programs, so your Maryland Park and Planning and just other programs. As community partners provide us, we will continually update this information. So we didn't want to stop there because we know that our parents are working with our students at home. We also know that many of our students are in community programs, and we know just our students on their own are working through their camps and just different things. So we wanted to provide tips that you would use. So for example, if we click on the parent tip, this is our parents' will. So how do you support your student? You notice that we listed them by grade level, we listed for literacy, and we listed for mathematics. And this is about, you're at home, mathematics, you're cooking, you want to talk to your students about measurement, you want to talk about letting them experience pouring. So it's really those skills that they use every single day, but it's the skills that we know that they need at a very generic level to elevate them throughout the summer. Same with our community partners. We wanted to give them, hey, talk about accountable talk, or talk about academic knowledge and vocabulary when you're with our students. So we provided the same list for them. So when we go back out, many of times our parents wonder and ask, how do I know what my child needs before they get to the next grade? So as you slide down, what you'll see is our school readiness guide booklets. For elementary, middle, and high school, if you were to click, this is what your child needs to know by the end of a grade. And so you can forecast where they're going and you can think about where they've come from, because again, it's about those conversations you're having, whether it's about their favorite television show, whether it's about a comic book that they read. We encourage our parents to have, if your child loves reading comics, let them read it, because we don't care what they read, we want them engaged in reading. So in addition, when you go back out, what you will see next is how district level staff support our students. So we're steadily planning and creating curriculum behind the scenes. We just kind of want parents to know, like in the summer, we're still working. We're identifying their feedback, their comments. While sometimes they don't know, we take everything in and we're working. But we also wanted parents to know that our mental health services are alive and well in the summer. So if you click on that, it takes you to how you still get Hazel Health. It takes you to all of the things that they may need if they find their child or themselves in crisis in our summer. This site is supported by Dr. Faison and her team to make sure that our parents still have everything that they need. So then if we go back out, we wanted to have just some of our major contacts at the bottom of this page, right? So we talked about that high school summer, which we know systemically is our biggest program, that middle school, our ESY, we know our parents will have a million questions from transportation, from, what happens in the school site, from getting them back home, from IEP meetings, and then instructional support. I have the ability in my team, we facilitate all of it. So Tony Brooks makes sure that every single program with every single office, whether it's the CFO, whether it's food, nutrition services, whether it's transportation, whether it's human resources, she puts all of the facilitation together to make this happen. So now I want to just take you to what we believe and are very excited about, because we had to trim down our elementary program this year. Last year we had about 20 some sites for our youngest learners, and even with that we only serviced 1,100 students. We wanted a way to touch every elementary student if a parent wanted to. So if we would click on the next site, what we have created for you is a bookshelf, a summer bookshelf for our rising kindergarten. We have one, our rising first grade, rising second, rising third, rising fourth, and rising fifth. What you see here is 4 weeks worth of books in English, Spanish, and French. So we're going to click on the very first book. I'm just going to kind of walk you through so you would experience a parent. So a parent would come in with their child, it says read now. These are 1 week at a time. So let's click the first arrow. You come in, we're going to give a parent a table of contents, some key things that we want them to know right from the beginning. Over to the right, they'll get a wonderful message by yours truly. Just telling them why, the importance of really working with our students
Prince
over the
George's
summer.
County Public School family.
And we don't have to
As we
let it-
embrace the warmth
we can
and
go right
promise
on
of
to the
another
next
summer.
arrow.
I am through.
So we talk a lot about why, and our students are the why. So we want our parents to really understand our student learner profile. It explains it, and then we have a video here for each learner profile. So as we go to the next slide, a parent could just watch that with their child so they can learn about why they want to be a critical thinker. And they're doing this with their child, why it's important to be a communicator. We made these child-friendly videos for them. So as we click the next arrow, we want our parents to know that as you go through this experience, we gave you some icons. So when you see the first one, that's the sound recording. If you see the next one, there's a video. The next TV, you'll see an activity link. If you see an arrow, we want them to know that they can click. And again, we gave them that house because we want them to always be able to go back to the table of contents if necessary. So let's take a little exploration. So remember, it's 1 week. We made them interdisciplinary, meaning all the contents are merged into one. So here they would have a video, a sing-along. They're learning about frogs on a log, but it's really that repetition and the patterns that they would normally see when they get to kindergarten. Next arrow. Here they're counting, right? And so you see where you see the little icons. There's a video over to the left, so it's very integrated. Let's go to the next one. So here we're matching, right? Because in kindergarten, we know that we want our students to begin to, we talk through things and they're matching back and forth. They're naming the animals that they see. They're looking at their context clues. A parent, a lot of rich information for a parent to talk about. You see at the bottom where they can click on it and hear, right, as they're going through. So let's go to the next arrow. Here we have additional learning opportunities, so go outside with an adult for a scavenger hunt. So we're really helping parents to not have to figure out how to do certain things and explore your community, right? So we're putting it all there in one place, videos and then links included. Next arrow. And then you did it. Now this was just week 1, so they will have one of these for all 4 weeks of July. We will have each in English, Spanish, and French, and we will have it pre-K all the way up to our rising kindergarten all the way up to rising 5th grade. Will have its own bookshelf for all 4 weeks. So the dates, remember it said there's not a link there until what date? Does anybody remember? July 1. because we don't want them looking in advance. We want it for the summer. So July 1, they will have access to their bookshelf. And with that, that is my conclusion of our summer opportunities. We created them. No. Oh, when you go back, if you could go back in. Yeah, but I'm gonna show you where it is. But because that's a great question for a parent. So let's go back in really quick over to the website. Go all the way back up to elementary. And the third one over, it says the virtual elementary, July 1. So just so that you know, in addition to our being out in schools, supporting schools, writing curriculum, our team created all of those books. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. And just to reiterate about the flyer, so this was me talking through how the site is created. That's why I said it's written more for you all to understand it. It's not really you might think it's parent facing, but I did it for your purposes of knowing how the site's created in case you're with your constituents and have to speak to it.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Okay. Usually when I speak, it's really when I like something and it looks very well, especially for my young eyes. My attention span is fading every day. And that site, that site is beautiful. I love it so much, especially because the PGCPS website is a little hard to navigate at times, but to see everything condensed in one section and just easy to go through all the hot links, I think it's amazing. And all the different opportunities are truly laid out. There's no way anyone could say, I did not see this, because it's all right there. So I really think it's awesome that you and your team worked so hard to get that done. The books are very cute. I think it's lovely, and that we're just pushing more towards getting our literacy rates up because they need to improve a lot. So I like that we're taking initiative towards it and making that information more accessible for parents and students. I will say, I really hope that this site does get pushed out July 1st. And in the future as well, just sending it to schools so they can start sending it out to parents in advance so they're aware of it. And also sending it to PTSAs because they're able to give it out to the parent community, PCAC as well, as they're actively working as advisors to the board on behalf of the parents, and Dr. Sheila Jackson. She specifically also has many community support groups for parents as well. So I really think pushing this out can help with getting more recognition for this website and all the hard work that you put into it. And again, I think it's lovely. I wish I had that growing up, but technology wasn't that advanced as it is now. So beautiful and great job. Thank you.
Thank you. And we have all of those written down because we'll start our campaign as well as our communication office working to push out our campaign for our Summer Spark.
Yeah, I'm excited about this myself. Board Member Rout.
So I just want to give major kudos to Dr. White and her team for really hearing my colleague who really fought hard last year for the summer program. And while I was in that meeting, we really were overjoyed. But now I'm almost in tears because this type of innovation is really going to put us to be the leader in the state of Maryland for really looking at our literacy rates and our math scores. Because if we really prepare a lot of our families to be able to do friendly things like this, our students will soar. And I'm just so thankful, and we are really blessed for you and your leadership. And I'm truly looking forward to seeing our Office of Communications just tell the whole world about how we are awesome, because, you know, there's always lots of, you know, not so great stories that hit the press, and this is the one that we are the leader. Like, we really did this, and I think it's just simply phenomenal. I'm gonna find like an award for us, and I'm gonna write us, because this, no, truly, because there's lots of learning loss over, I mean, over breaks. I mean, over the little summer break, I mean, the spring break. I saw learning loss in my my children. This is so important. I'm just so thankful for you and your staff.
Thank you. Board Member Briggs.
Yeah, I want to echo and I think it's amazing what you put together. And to your point about the summer slide, students going back, we know that that's a huge thing. Teachers, educators, that's like the worst possible outcome. Something that I wanted to add, and I think that you probably would enjoy this, is, and I'm only saying this because they're not stealing your shine, but SAMHSA, which is like the government agency, had a discussion about what types of media is educational for kids versus which types are not. Because most parents probably are likely going to send their kid on YouTube, right? Say you're watching something educational, but is it really, I think to the point of what you did here, like stimulating you to kind of like go through those objectives and those outcomes. So I just wanted to say maybe that's like the next 2.0 step is like sometime next year having those additional resources after you exhaust the lesson plan and you've gone through each week, but you still want more because it's like, 6 weeks of a break or whatever it may be. That might be a helpful thing is to kind of link to other sources. So, or even having things that are there for parents to know like, hey, this is what you should be looking for when your child is watching YouTube or watching these media sites.
Thank you. Dr. Zipporah Miller.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I would be remiss if I didn't say, Dr. White, you rock. This is amazing. Yes, you rock. You continue to raise the bar. What I really would like to see is this be used to a point that there's a waiting line, or it crashes the website. Not to that so many people are using it, because this is amazing. So if communications team, if you can give us some sort of communications plan to get this out to and how we can help it, a plan on how we can get this out. I really, really would like to see every student in the county grabbing to reach at one of these resources. This is amazing, and we don't want any of it to go to waste. So, thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. White.
Yes, Vice Chair Walker.
Yes. I am so excited. This is so good. I take these to my community chats. They're going to see it on Saturday. I cannot wait. I always run out of time, so let me get going. The first is Tutor Me online during the summer as well? Excellent, thank you. 2, I would love to see a 1-minute video, a reel or something that's like, look at what's coming July 1st. Flip those little books right there and get these parents excited. I'm looking at you, but I'm really looking at you. Yes, let's get this going. I'd love to. These early learners, these parents want to see this. Like, guess what? We have a 4-week reading program you can do. Look at how interactive it is. That's less than a minute. We could get that thing going. And then, do we have a plan? Now, I know we're working you to death. This is very good. Very, very, very good. Is there future work around building out something like this for the middle school and high school? And I know you can't be that interactive because that was elementary, K through whatever, but I would love to see a reading list, honestly, for middle school and for high school. Not right away, but just a tiered approach to it, because this is that good. In the summertime, I have a rising 7th grader, and I would be like, these are books. I can't wait to talk to you about it.
And we partner with Prince George's Library. One of the links that we have there actually links to reading lists, so I will go back in and see if they have them for middle and high school. And if they have them, then let's go ahead and partner now and try to get them on the site. So I'll check.
That is amazing, and then thank you for that. Yes, and community this might not be you. Is community service offered during the summer? That we will have a list. Is that you?
It's not me, but the person that can answer that is actually in the room.
Oh, awesome. Look at that. I would love to see if we have a list, because I'm running out of time. So I would love to see if there is a list of where people could go to see it. And if they're not, maybe we could just put the sheet up that's easily accessible and say, as you do your community service, fill this out and bring it when you come back to school or submit it somewhere.
What I will say is what I can do is partner. We can partner and actually add to the site student service learning hours. To the site, so that it's all in one place. So we'll make that happen.
And who is the person? Is it Luis? Dr. Faison. Yes, thank you. Perfect.
All right, thank you so much. Seeing no more lights, this was an excellent presentation, and it definitely always rises with you, Dr. Judith White. I just love you. Thank you so much for what you do for our children and your innovation. Now we will go to attendance and truancy. Superintendent House?
Yes, I'd like to, Madam Chair and Board, like to invite a couple people to the microphone. Number one, we'd like to bring Dr. Faison, who was just mentioned, but also Anthony Boyd to share some insights and information around attendance and truancy at this time. Dr. Faison?
Good evening, Board Chair and Superintendent House and board members, and happy last day of school for our students. In light of the PowerPoint that you all received earlier regarding attendance and truancy and our efforts this year, Mr. Boyd and I will just highlight a few data trends as it relates to our work this year that parallels the PowerPoint that you all have received. So we want to start talking about our data trends and what we saw in February. February, our district reported an improvement in its chronic absenteeism rate by 6.5 points when comparing this February with last February. The greatest gains we saw were in elementary and middle school, showing improvements again in March. Our district continued to improve our chronic absenteeism rate in relationship to March last year, where we saw a 2.32% reduction. In April, our district continued to trend down as it relates to our chronic absenteeism rate. We saw a 3.83 percentage point decrease in our chronic absenteeism. And lastly, in May, our school system saw a reduction in our chronic absenteeism rate as it relates to our charter schools, our elementary schools, 3.6% decrease in comparison to last year this time. K-8 schools, 3.2% decrease, 3.4% decrease for middle schools, and 1.4% for high schools, reflecting a 2.7% decrease for our district overall. I'm sorry. Slide 13. Slide 13 shows looking at our habitual truancy rate. When we look at chronic absenteeism, just for the sake of the group, chronic absenteeism is 10% of all absences, whether, thank you, lawful and unlawful for our students, according to the membership days that we have been in existence. And so when we look at habitual truant, that is 20% of our students missing 20% of the school days that we have been in session for only unlawful absences. And so for our habitual truancy rate, we even saw a reduction, though slight, we have seen a reduction in our habitual truancy numbers as well. And so we attribute our slight reductions across the district in both our chronic absenteeism rates as well as our habitual truancy rates to a number of tiered interventions. And you have a comprehensive presentation that I am just hitting some highlights about tonight around our efforts and interventions. So we address students in a tiered approach. There are some things that we look to do for every student that is trending towards chronic absenteeism. And this slide shows some of the things that we've done to include mental health services for our students, also conducting those home visits, referring students to our sit and SST meeting, and making sure that there are resources available to our students to address the needs that they have. One thing I wanted to highlight tonight, I'm sorry, on slide 34 that just talks about our all here data. And so our school system, a couple of years ago, began an innovative strategy using artificial intelligence for 34 of our highest schools with the highest chronic absenteeism rate. And what we employ was a strategy that allows messages to be sent to parents regarding their students' absenteeism. And we have conducted 180 communication campaigns to those participating parents from 2021 through 2024. And what we have seen through all here is that 82% of those schools have experienced a decrease in their chronic absenteeism. We just met with all here a day or so ago and just reviewed the data and the trends that we've seen for those participating schools, and this seems to be a promising practice for PGCPS. And so these are just some of the innovative approaches that we have taken for some of our students as it relates to our chronic absenteeism. And so Mr. Boyd will come and talk about some additional treatments that we've utilized.
Yes, I would like to add, for students who are habitually truant, our efforts have included utilizing Truancy Reduction Court, Interagency Attendance Council, and our anti-truancy pilot, which is in collaboration with the state's attorney's office. All of these strategies have been a thorough level of support and resources to re-engage students in the school versus punitive measures, and always with dignity and compassion. Through the pilot, we have learned a lot of high-level lessons that we're taking away that we will try to incorporate to improve our approaches for next year. That's employing the outreach to the families earlier in the year. This project with the anti-truancy campaign launched in the second semester. We would like to see it being launched in the first semester to have more recovery time and working with families who are having challenges as they are having these barriers that may be presenting challenges for them to have their children in school on a regular basis. Also, we've learned sending letters is one form of communication, but we also want to look at maybe an RSVP type of approach so that we can actually tailor more to the audience that arrives in for these events. Also, looking at in the translation area, we want to improve that area. We've had just a level of translation in real time on the stage, but we want to look at how we can do some more creative approaches to translation support to families, as well as we've learned through this process with our vendors. The vendors are volunteers, and we surveyed them, and a lot of them said they would be able to deal with multi-languages, but through our experience, we see that that has been a challenge. And so we want to be able to provide, through our school system, the level of matchup for all vendors with interpreters to ensure that communication is fluent and appropriate for the occasion. Give me 1 second here. Outside of that, we know that there is a lot of work that still needs to be done, but we're encouraged by the downswing of the data, and we take that as a celebration for small wins. We want to also publicly thank Dr. Madeline LaSalle Frazier for District 8, for her advocacy, and attending the Crossland High School Thurgood Marshall meeting. Her presence there really helped and added another tier of support. We had some challenges with the interpreter service. We had retained them, but for whatever reason, they were not there. And so we had to do some creative things, and Dr. LaSalle Frazier rolled up her sleeves, and I personally want to commend her for her willingness to help in the middle of a situation where we were trying to ensure the additional supports for the families. Outside of that, we're in receipt of additional questions provided in writing from the board, and we are in the process of generating a written response per your request. Dr. Faison and I will address all remaining questions from the committee or the board.
Thank you so much. We have Board Member Harris first.
Hey, good evening, everyone, again, and thank you for the presentation. I just want to take a minute to thank Dr. Faison and Dr. Davis for taking some time out and having that conversation a few weeks ago with the incorporated cities within District 7. We talked about All Here and the impact that it's had on District 7. I think it's a phenomenal tool up to this point. I'm glad that you all are still in communications with them. And like I said to you all before, I'm hoping to be able to utilize it at more schools and maybe even pivot to schools that we're continuing to see those gaps develop and maybe shifting them from schools where we're seeing that growth to schools that might need that additional help. So colleagues, if you don't know about All Here or this is your first time hearing about it, I think you should dig down into it a little more. I think it's a phenomenal tool that we're utilizing here in Prince George's County. So thank you, Dr. Faison and Dr. Davis.
Thank you so much. Next, we have Board Member Rout.
Yes, thank you so much. I am really excited to see the reduction in the numbers, especially since COVID. But I would like to address the assemblies. So I went to one of your first assemblies. I was invited by State's Attorney Aisha Braveboy at Bladensburg High School. And it really gave me chills as a parent because all the parents were in like an assembly style auditorium with their students, and it appeared that the message was that a lot of the parents did not understand why they were there at first. It may be a cultural thing or a communication mishap, but that was a lot of the experiences at Bladensburg High School. And so I knew that it was coming around the bend to Crossland, and I believe Suitland is what the State's Attorney shared. I just think it's the messaging. It was really harsh to hear the things that were stated, especially in a cultural situation. I don't know if you're familiar with the Bladensburg area, but it's a lot of Hispanic families that are maybe undocumented, and then there are also French-speaking families that were in the audience, and they literally had no idea what was going on. So I really think that we should look at altering our approach to really not like a lock them up, throw away the key, to really looking at how we can be more supportive to our peers. I know we have Peer Forward here in our county, and I'm very familiar. My 18-year-old who just graduated was a Peer Forward person, and so I'm very excited. But I really think that we should look at some peer support programs internally, because as we know, with young people who are 16 to 25, the best thing that works for them is peer-to-peer. It's not going to be their parents. It's not going to be their teachers. It's not going to be the superintendent and his staff. It's going to be the peers. And so if we can identify how to connect amongst the peers to really bolster truancy, maybe a special something where they have a person who was successful that navigated the truancy aspect and really giving back, I think, in addition to parents. So that was my experience. So I'm not sure if that was other board members' experiences, but just thankful so much for your work.
Thank you. Board Member LaSalle Frazier.
Thank you, Madam. Thank you for the presentation, and thank you for calling me doctor. I am not doctor. I am Madeline LaSalle Frazier, but thank you for that. Yeah, I wanted to have this conversation because I am deeply disturbed by what I saw at Crossland High School. In no shape or form should anything that has the PGCPS school attached to it should look like what I saw and what I witnessed that day. I saw families that, like my colleague just mentioned, didn't understand what was happening. I saw that there was no interpreter that was arranged, and someone that was there was pulled to the front in order to be able to translate for this family for the main event. However, there was no one there to help, where they had a public display of tables in the lobby, and the students, unfortunately, were sharing confidential information that I had to translate because there was no interpreter there, to the administrators, who, by the way,
were judging them. Like, well, you don't come to school, and you're going to jail if your parents are going to go to jail if you don't come to school. That was the message that they were interpreting and they were receiving while I was there. In addition to that, a lot of the parents were sharing with me that they feel that their kids don't want to go to school because they are constantly being bullied. There's no one that speaks their language in the school, and they don't have anyone they can talk to. There is no connection to any person in that building, and that's Crossland. The only reason why I found out about it happening is because one of the vendors invited me to go. I had no prior knowledge from this entity that that was happening. Our schools are supposed to be safe havens. Our students, many of them come with interrupted education from their countries. They come and become reunified with their family, and they need counseling, they need support. They don't need someone telling them that they're going to jail. And I hope that this is the last time that we have that kind of assembly in our school building. I by no way approve and continue to reject what we have done to our students.
Did you finish? Because I'm going to let you finish.
I'll come back. I'll come back.
Second
I
round.
have more to say.
Okay, second round. Board Member Rivera.
Thank you. This isn't directly to the truancy process or the slideshow, but this is more of just something for the board, and I think that the Policy and Governance Committee should look at, which is the student attendance policy. I think this does directly affect truancy, and this is for when there's a death in an immediate family. You only get 4 days off of school, which is, for me, in my opinion, since I did deal with a loss in my immediate family, I think it's pretty unacceptable, because depending on the trauma of the situation, it can take way more than 4 days to deal with your grief. And it does say that a principal may grant for more days for extenuating circumstances, but not every student has a close relationship with their principal to even mention the situation that they're in. And then hearing about our current situation for our students who are starting a new life here, I think about them possibly having to go to other countries. Like my friend who passed away last year, I didn't get to travel to see his funeral because he was buried in Mexico. So I just think about his siblings leaving the school system to have to go there and not having more than 4 days to come back and then get reacclimated into the school environment. So I would like to see us look into that, because I do think it might add to truancy rates, because believe it or not, the crime rates are pretty high here, and many students are losing their family members and close friends every single day. So just want to put that out there. Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Boozer Struthers.
Yeah, thank you so much. I think I'm a board member that also raised concerns about the relationship with the state's attorney office, and frankly, I want to say I'm calling for us to end that relationship. I never want to see another one of those in our system again. It is in violation of our equity policy, and you've heard this evening descriptions of those events. April 8th, I wrote to the superintendent. It has been weighing on me for weeks that State's Attorney Braveboy put out a threat to PGCPS parents to arrest them if their children are absent 5 to 10 days. They could be ill. Parents were called to this wondering, the first inkling I heard was Bladensburg. Someone wrote, I don't know why I'm called to this meeting. My kid had the flu, RSV, and COVID, and I'm being called to this meeting. No weeding out of the lawful absences, as we're hearing from our student member of the board. All these parents have been, so the headlines, then we have the TV coverage over and over again after each of these. Parents of truant students can be held criminally responsible, result in jail time. And then at Crossland, we have the media there putting cameras in children's faces, asking them why they're absent. Has anyone seen this, the Crossland coverage with the state's attorney? You have high school students being asked under duress that their parents are going to be arrested in this room. This is what we as board members understand. April 8th, I wrote to the superintendent, asked, it's not clear to me if she issued this with your endorsement. Are you distancing your administration and PGCPS from this message from State's Attorney Braveboy? No answer. No answer that there's a pilot, that there's going to be more of these. Chief Boyd, you got this too. Again, next, April 23rd, I'm calling to your attention that the Crossland High School event about truancy hosted by State Attorney Braveboy was a disaster. And this has increased the distrust of Latino families in their relationship with PGCPS. I CC'd my colleague on this one to provide more information. Still, no answer. Goes on. I have more emails in May after more of these television, coverage of our families going through these. This is not effective. And again, I'm calling on an end to the relationship with the state's attorney's office.
Thank you. Vice Chair Walker, first round.
I'm fighting tears listening to this.
Amen.
And how our scholars, at least what I'm hearing, I didn't know about these events. Let me just start, because I had to write this down. We own our narrative. We do. PGCPS, we own our narrative. We have got to lead our discussions in our own buildings with our own scholars, our own parents, and our own teachers. Nobody else gets to do that but us. Nobody. We've built the relationships with them. Nobody gets to break that down and own the communication that they put in front of our scholars. We own that. If this partnership exists, then we need to be out in front and letting people know, hey, this is why you're here. We need to be holding them and letting them know exactly why they're there, and then allow someone else to be able to talk after we understand the message. We own that. So I say that these experiences that we're hearing from our board members is a failure that we own and we need to rectify. Imagine Andrews has a peer-to-peer mentorship program, and that's something that I think that we could look at, because I do agree that peer-to-peer, somebody that speaks your language, somebody when you come into the school, somebody that's been through it can help you get into school every single day. Bullying, I know that we have to look at that, but we have got to put in place some things that we can help our scholars to make sure that they're coming to school. I do have a question on where and how this is communicated, because I just want to be there if it's coming to my district. A person needs to be there in their district to be able to sit there and experience what a partnership that we're saying actually looks and feels like, with us at the table for that. We own that. At one point, we had a company who wanted to come in and help us reclaim our chronically absent scholars. I want to understand where we are with that on trend for reclaiming our scholars, because outside of us getting people inside of a room to say, hey, this is where we are, because we want to not only do that at the end of the year, we want to be constantly talking to people when they see themselves, when we see them on a trajectory, we need to start bringing them in. In the beginning, if we know we have schools with chronic absenteeism, let's start at the beginning of the year. Let's start our communication. Hey, where are your scholars? Let's pull them in. There's so many things that we can brainstorm. We can too. It's not only up to you, but I'm looking at you. I don't know who. I'm just looking at administration. Okay, so we want to be partners in this, because we get the same phone calls, we experience the same things through our parents and our scholars, and I want to be part of the solution in order to make sure that we're continuing to build what feels like trust. No, my time is up. Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair, may I please address
Who
one of
is
the...
talking?
It's me.
Quincy, okay,
Hello.
thank you.
And before she does that, I do want to say a couple things. First of all, I want Dr. Davis to address one piece in reference to the agency that I think you just addressed in terms of the possibility of assisting with truancy. But a couple things have occurred since this meeting that Madeline LaSalle Frazier was at. We have been in communication with Brave Boys team, and we will be ensuring that we are in control of the narrative moving forward. That is extremely important. We know that some of you didn't have a chance to be at some of the meetings that a few of our board members were at. So we have We have snagged the video from Crossland so that you have a chance to see yourselves exactly kind of what occurred. So that should be available to you in board docs. But Dr. Davis, you want to share, because it was more of a legal issue in terms of contract legal issue in reference to the contract that we were looking to move forward with the company that you were talking about a little bit while.
Yeah, it could be somebody else.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The concept of people
Yes.
reclaiming our scholars is where we should get to, but
Yeah.
I'd love to hear what you
Yeah, so our team worked on an RFP, and that RFP was completed, and it's with procurement now. We're just waiting for it to go through the process, and then the RFP will go out, and that company could apply along with other companies, and hopefully it's a more competitive process, and then we, end up with a better bid or number. Mhm. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
So my comments.
Okay.
Hi, Madam
Dr.
Chair, if I may. So my comments are that, first of all, I want to thank the board members who have advocated and have brought it to our attention, Board Member Boozer Strother and Board Member LaSalle Frazier. You were among the first to bring it to our attention. I do want to state on the record, though, that we did provide a memo from the superintendent on May 31st. And the reason why we're having the conversation now is because there were additional questions. So I just wanted to state that for the record, that there was follow-up.
Thank you. Board Member Briggs, first round, and then we have a couple for second round.
Thank you, Chair Mickens Murray. I don't want to belabor the point because I think that my colleagues have said it aptly, and I also want to thank Board Member LaSalle Frazier for her email that she sent shortly after this occurred, because I do think that this is very serious. And I just want to say that I think I would love to see, there are long-term interventions and there are short-term interventions. And if you want to get, your bang for your buck quickly, then I think more punitive approaches are the approach. But I think if you want to see a sustainable, intervention, then I think it really is going to be restorative approaches, community-based approaches. What are those things that really allow parents and students to know that they are cared for and that there are resources that are there? So I really would love to see us building that culture. And I know that this is obviously feedback right now that you're getting, so I don't want to, again, belabor the point. But I would love to see if there are community-based organizations, if there's messaging in addition to these things that really gets to, if you're struggling, here's where you can go. Here's who you could ask questions of. And I think really, as we're talking about deficits and cuts, continuing to have resources for our bilingual families, because I think that that's just also going to be a huge thing. So I just want to say I'm in deep solidarity with all the points that have been made, because I think that this is really important for our scholars to feel, and their families to feel protected in the school system.
Thank you so much. First round, Board Member Zipporah Miller? No? Okay, fine. Then we will go to second round with Board Member LaSalle Frazier, and then Board Member Rao.
Thank you. In my previous position, I was a truancy specialist in Arlington Public Schools. And what I offered during the email that I sent are very specific suggestions of what we should do. And because I want to be transparent, I'm going to read them. The number one strategy for any truant student is to have identified trusted adults in the building. And if we don't have that, we're not going to make any change. And the way that you create trust is by creating a mentoring, solid relationship within the building. So we need to put our resources into that. When we gather resources and we put them around in tables, but these resources are in Largo, they're here, they're somewhere else, they're not at Crossland, they're not in District 8, they're not going to be effective. Because if the students are not going to the school, what makes us think that they're going to go anywhere else? So that's the first thing. The second thing I want to share with you, I'm going to read it because I think that it needs to be on record. While we know that truancy or habitual unexcused absences from schools are significant problems that can negatively impact students' academic performance and future prospects, we need to put into practice what works. Early intervention, identify and address the root causes of truancy as soon as possible. This may involve doing early home visits, meeting with the students and their families, and providing support services that address underlying issues such as family issues, anxiety, mental health, or learning difficulties, reunification issues within the Latino family. Positive school climate, foster a positive, supportive school environment where the students feel safe and engaged and motivated, and that they feel like they can go and find people that are going to understand their issues. Monitoring communication, regular monitoring attendance records, and identify the patterns of truancy early on. Effective communication channels between the school, the parents, and the community organizations that are within the community of the students that address the truancy. Individualized support such as academic tutoring, counseling service, and mentoring programs that are school-based, or alternative education options that are tailored to student circumstances. Many of the students in question shared with me that they were a unified situation, and this must be addressed. Create affinity groups in the school so the students can feel connected to that building and that staff. Thank you.
Thank you. Board Member Board Member Rout, and then Board Member Boozer-Strother. Okay, go ahead, Board Member Boozer-Strother.
Oh, thank you so much. Dr. Faison and your team, I do want to thank you for all the other work that you do. I think you know that in my 6 years as a board member, you have been one of the leaders of this system that I have worked most closely with and follow your work very closely around what it means to be a trauma-informed school system and the expansion of mental health and everything that you have overseen. So this is by no means a criticism of the holistic work that I've always admired and continue to admire your leadership for our student services. But I do want to say, a few years ago, Area 3 did an outstanding webinar for the, I guess it was training, it's on our YouTube, for absenteeism, featuring Dr. Robert Balfans of Johns Hopkins University, who was brought to the White House Summit on absenteeism just a few weeks ago to reiterate the same points that PGCPS's message was his message, which is that this is, the idea of a parent problem, that we had to be looking at mental health and other issues that have already been, said tonight. And then that resource, I hope you can bring it back. I don't know if it needs to be updated. I think it's still fresh. But then also, Wellness Wednesdays just a year ago covered absenteeism, and the message was the PGCPS message, is the equity policy message. It has been, Dr. Faison, your work. And what has happened with the state's attorney relationship is just not. And so, again, I want to say, I hope we can sever that relationship and that we can return to the excellent leadership that we have had for years in this system on this type of work for community schools, implementation of the blueprint, and the expansion of mental health in a trauma-informed equity policy school system, because this has not been PGCPS, what we have seen. And I again will say, I hope we sever that relationship.
Thank you. Board Member Rout, second round.
Yes, thank you so much, Madam Chair. I would really like to see us do an impact study on our students and the parents that have been experiencing this chronic absenteeism, to really get down to the root of the problem. So in my previous role as a city council member, chronic absenteeism, of course, was a big topic in our little small town, because we had students, in the community, not being supervised. So when I did meet and speak with the leadership of some of the schools that are in the area that I served, I really wanted a qualitative understanding of what do they think that the problem is. And in some communities, students are being told by their parents, you have to go to work. You got to work. You got to bring money in this house because I'm already working 2 jobs and I can't afford to feed you and your children. There's a family of 7 that lives in Bladensburg that this conversation happened in front of my face. And I told the parent, I said, he can't work. He can't work if he doesn't have an education. But a lot of families, they don't understand that. They come to this country for opportunity. They come to this country to work. And so I think that there is, if that is the scenario, we need to figure out how to work with our partners, our workforce development, to seeing how many paid positions can we secure for our students that are on the right track in our CTE programs. And so I know Bladensburg is a CTE school, right? It would be so cool to have the students that need to go to work in the evenings, and then you're in the CTE programs during the day. I mean, to me, that just makes sense. But I don't think that we're connecting with the right people to support our families, because there are some people that do need the message from Aisha Brave Boy. There are some people. I've been working in mental health for over 20 years, but I don't think that that should be the first conversation that they're having.
Thank you so much. Second round, Vice Chair Walker.
Thank you. I'd love to see if we have an opportunity to have our board and maybe even our PCAC team together to experience the messaging that's being delivered to our schools. I know that we didn't have an opportunity to sit in all of them, but it would be great if we can actually sit through what our parents hear. And I'm asking you all to also invite the PCAC, because they are our eyes and ears to our parents, and they can probably give us perspective for being right there on the ground. If we can get that done, that would be amazing. Or what needs to be true to get that done.
We will get it done.
Oh, awesome.
Absolutely.
Thank you so much. That'll be helpful. The second thing I have is that there also is an opportunity for us to ensure that everything we do, and I'm sure you all are all over it, especially after this conversation, we must be on brand with our PGCPS values and vision in every single thing that we do. Every single thing. We just work too hard to get to this point, and our scholars are doing too well in so many other areas for this to be the soundbite that leads us, right? The next is, I would love to get us to do something like a workshop, just a workshop with the folks there. So it's not that they're sitting in auditorium style and now they're listening to people talk to them, but let's get some circle tables, let's get some interaction, let's get some scenarios, let's get some if this, then this. Let's get some people that, let's get them to think of scenarios that they've encountered for, like with bullying, so then we can give them the right resources right there. Let's get the community resources that's there to be able to talk to them, the tables right there, like put them all in the same room and let's make it happen. We do community events inside of our districts, and we can absolutely, listen, we got brainstorms for the people. So we can help wherever you need. And then put us to work, right? We're here and we've been talking for about 45 minutes. Put us to work, because we're saying we want to help. Let us help. And then community partnerships. It all goes back to the trust. Like, who are they specifically trusting in the community? It might be a corner store owner. Get them at the table inside of that room. It might be the tire person that gives them money on the side. Whoever it is that they might trust. Those 3 people, let's get some partnerships with them so they can help us keep these scholars in school. And that's what I got. Thank you so much.
Thank you. First round, Dr. Zipporah Miller.
I think everything has been said, and I don't want to belabor the point. I think the big thing that I just want to bring out of here is, first I want to say to Dr. Faison and Mr. Boyd. Mr. Boyd, I've been working with you on absenteeism, Central High School, Drew Freeman, and you were the linchpin in reducing the absenteeism. Dr. Faison, we just celebrated the SEL Academy.
Speak in your mic, please.
Sorry, the SEL Academy, in ways that you are implementing to ensure that you have staff members in the school buildings who can start, or who can enhance and create safe havens for our students. So we have the resources within the school system, and we're working towards this, and as we can see it in the data, with chronic absenteeism decreasing. So I think, Superintendent House, what I'm asking is that, when we are having new pilot programs with individuals who are not PGCPS, that we are apprised of it, we know what it is. So I think Board Member Walker, Vice Chair Walker said, so we can control the narrative. We work with our constituents, and we want to maintain that trust with them so that we can provide them with the top-notch education that they're getting here. And we need to value them, so giving us that information and that we can talk through it before it goes out to the public. We would appreciate if we could do that.
Thank you. I see LaSalle Frazier, you have your light on again. To do a third round, we must take a vote. So,
Madam Chair, there are just a couple of points, if you don't mind.
where are we? Who
It's
is
Chief
talking to me?
Boyd. Hi,
Okay.
Madam Chair. Hi. I just wanted to say two things. Number one is that one of the things that has come out of this advocacy is a regular cadence, a regular schedule with our communications team, which I think Superintendent House pointed out, and our external stakeholders communications team. And I think that's going to be a really important path forward, so that, to your point, we're driving the narrative. The other thing that I wanted to say is Superintendent House and I had a chance to meet with Board Member LaSalle Frazier, and though it wasn't about this point specifically, one of the things that I've suggested to the team is that we loop in Dr. David Reese, who does equity work for us here in the district, and I think that's also going to be an important path forward. The third thing is that the first time that we mentioned this pilot to you all via memo was October of 2023.
Okay, thank you for those comments. Now, Board Member LaSalle Frazier, in order to do a third round, we must take a vote. Is there a motion to do a third round on this issue?
I move that we do a third round.
Second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded to do a third round. Can I see a raise of hands if you support the third round? Okay, it seems to be unanimous for those of us present in the room. So,
It's going to be very short. Thank you. I just wanted to, I do remember meeting with Superintendent House and with Chief Boyd to discuss this. And I clearly remember that when I mentioned that we were, that I was dismayed about how we had someone in our home, PGCPS, that was not representative of our values, what I was told was that you were not aware of it. And now, a week later, then I found out that you were aware of it, and I feel that that wasn't transparent, and caused me then to move forward and do the advocacy that you're witnessing right now. I think that if in that moment I would have heard that you knew about it and that you were going to do something different, this would be a different story right now. I apologize to both of you because I know that you do great work. But as my role in the school board, I have to advocate for the people that I serve. And District 8, I love District 8. I want the best for them. I want the best for my students and for my families there. And that was not indicative of the kind of work that I want to represent. So it's not indicative of you, but it's indicative of a bad decision, frankly, of partnering in putting that in our home. There's a place for it, yes, I agree with, I think it was Lolita Walker that said that there's a place maybe for it, or no, it was, I'm sorry.
Right.
But not in our home, not in our schools. Thank you.
And
Thank you.
Madam
Seeing
Chair, I
no-
just want
okay,
to clarify,
Superintendent House.
Board Member Madeline Frazier, thank you for your comments, and thank you for the opportunity to sit down with you as we did. I did indicate at that particular time that I wasn't apprised to what occurred because I wasn't at the meeting.
Yes, there has been a working relationship for quite some time, even prior to me getting here. So it wasn't an opportunity or a ploy to not be transparent. That's just not who I am, and I think my hope would be that you would know and respect that. So I just wanted to clarify that I was not, at the meeting. I was not aware of the Crossland, scenario that had occurred through your eyes. So I just wanted to make sure I clarified that with you. Mhm.
Thank you. I appreciate the conversation tonight. I appreciate the presenters, Superintendent House. I appreciate your responding to the board. I personally did not see any of that. All the conversation that I received came from board members, and I appreciated the board members sharing it with us. Superintendent House, I have one suggestion. When there are activities going on in the schools, these district reps must be invited before you have the conversation. Just invite them to be in the room. If they don't show up in the room, then it's on them. But if they weren't invited, and what I was hearing was no one was invited, and I know I wasn't invited because I always try to get to almost everywhere. And I would have called you, Superintendent House. You know me. If I was upset, I would have called you personally then. So I did not know about it. So that's my only suggestion is, please, you have district reps in all of these schools, for all of these. Just let them know when you're going to have a program.
We can definitely do so. And,
That would be
we'll
appreciated.
definitely do so. And I encourage you to, so that everybody has the same perspective that a few of our board members have, take a look at the video.
We will. I will.
And,
I definitely will
and
tomorrow.
we Definitely want to do better. I had a chance to view it for the first time yesterday. So,
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you, and thank you for board members for sharing, and this was a good conversation. Now we will move to our consent budget agenda. Superintendent House, all of them together.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Items 6.2 through 6.4 require board approval. So at this time, 6.2, which is to contract awards for requests for proposal, 7-24 Pharmacy Benefit Management Program, Commercial Employer Group Waiver Plan, 6.3 Contract Awards for requests for proposal, 8-24 Self-Insured PPO and Fully Insured Staff Model Health Maintenance Organization and Plan Administration. And then 6.4, lastly, approval of selected move management vendor for the permanent relocation of James Madison Middle School.
Thank you. Board members, the question before us is to approve 6.1 through 6.4 on the consent agenda. It has been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, Ms. Lopez, call the roll, please.
Ms. Booth Strother?
Aye.
Mr. Briggs?
Aye.
Dr. Harris?
Aye.
Mrs. LaSalle Frazier?
Aye.
Dr. Zipporah Miller?
Aye.
Mrs. Rout?
Aye.
Ms. Walker? Mrs. Rivera Ford? Mrs. Mickens Murray?
Aye. With 8 votes in the affirmative, the 6.1 through 6.3 on the budget consent agenda has been adopted. Next, we will go to the,
Madam,
yes,
point of,
legal counsel, yes.
Your Honor, Your Honor.
Your Honor.
Forgive me.
Oh, Lord.
Madam Chair, I believe it was 6.2 through 6.4, not 6.1.
Oh, I'm sorry, let me restate the motion, and 6.2 through 6.4 for the record. Thank you so much, I appreciate that. Thank you. Do we have to redo the vote? You're sitting beside me, okay, no. All right, let's move forward to the board calendar. The board calendar, before we vote, we need to move the December 19th, 2024 board meeting to December 5th, 2024. We need to remove the August and June meetings for the Academic Achievement Committee, and we need to add 2 meeting dates for the Superintendent's Evaluation mid-year December 19th, 2024, and end of the year June 23rd, 2025. The motion is to accept the board's calendar with the amendments.
Second.
It has been moved, it has been moved and seconded. Now there's a discussion. Hold on. The lawyer. Our lawyer. I'm sorry. Yes.
Oh, I didn't.
Oh, your
my
button is pushed.
That was from before.
Board Member Boozer Struthers, thank you.
Can you just restate the December meeting move, please?
From December 19th through the meeting to December 5th because of budgeting. We had to do that this year too, and I think they're just correcting it now so that you won't have to do it later.
Okay, we're in discussion, right? I could keep going?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, so December, we also need the date for the new board member swearing in. Will we do that December 2nd, 3rd, or 4th, so they're part of that board meeting on the 5th?
When will you do the vote for your new board members that are coming on? Isn't that the 4th? The 1st?
No, you're talking about
I'm-
Yeah,
I'm
but
talking
I'm
about
trying to get it all
December, the
together.
newly elected, from the November elections.
correct.
A
And that's-
swearing in usually takes place the first week of December, first to second week. I've seen different dates. So, but if there's a significant board meeting on the 5th, is that also the superintendent's budget presentation?
I don't know. Speak up, CFO, Ms. Howell.
Yes, the budget is usually presented that first week in December.
Okay, so we could have the swearing, you can have the swearing in on the 1st, 2nd, or 3rd, which date?
Well, 2nd, 3rd, or 4th would be
Yeah.
the weekdays of just that first week of December.
Okay, so what's your pleasure?
Madam Chair, the first Monday in December is December 2nd.
Is that the swearing-in day? The county has a swearing-in day. Does anyone know it? The county
I think-
executive, the board, everyone gets sworn in?
Yeah.
Oh, wait, I
think the
guess
board
it's
gets to
just the board
choose
this
it.
time.
Yeah, I think the board just gets to choose your date. So it could be the 2nd or through the 4th, one of those days.
Well, the only one without anything is Tuesday.
The what date?
Oh, no, we could do Tuesday or Wednesday.
The 3rd.
So is there consensus around this table to do it on the December 3rd so we can add it to the consensus?
Yes.
Okay,
Yeah.
good, thank you.
And-
So now, okay.
I have
let me add that.
I have add a board meeting on July 1st, 2024, for the board to convene as the 9 elected plus student member to, I don't know if I have to declare agenda item, but at least one purpose agenda item is for the election of a chair to serve in interim through December 3rd to fulfill the term vacated by Judy Mickens Murray.
Right. Is there a consensus to use July 1st as the day to vote for a chair? Is there a consensus? Right, just a date. We need a date.
Just one thing about that, what we talked about in executive is that there'll be a placeholder in case it needed to be moved because there's clarifying questions on the vote itself. So is that the motion? I just want to make sure that that's still the same thing as we move from outside to inside to outside.
Well, I think you need to make a motion if you want a date in July for the elected board to take any action, whatever that action is. You need a date. You can define that action, I believe, later.
I'm happy to do that.
But we need
Thank
to
you for
put the
clarifying.
date on this
I'm happy to write down for an action to be taken. Yep.
December 1st.
July
July
1st.
1st.
Yes.
Okay, so.
And for us to align on what that is after our next meeting.
Okay, let me repeat, before we vote on this calendar. These are the dates that we need to add. July 1st, 2024, because we will have transitioned to an all-elected board to take an action that they will determine what that will be. On December 3rd, 2024, we need a swearing-in ceremony, so that is the date for the swearing-in for all new board members. Back to my December 19th, 2024 meeting to December 5th because of budgeting. Moving the August and June meetings for the Academic Achievement Committee, and then adding 2 meeting dates for the Superintendent's Evaluation, mid-year December 19th, 2024, and end of the year June 23, 2025. Are we in agreement to those changes? Board Member Briggs.
I just want to say I can only do the July 1 date if it's virtual, because I won't be in.
We don't need to decide that now. We just need
That's
a
all I want to
date.
say.
We just need a date. Okay? You can sort all of that out later. And Board Member Rout.
Thank you so much, Chair Mickens-Murray. I was under the impression that the board office was going to survey all of the elected members and get their availability. If you see on the dais, we are missing some elected members, and I don't feel comfortable taking this vote. We don't know their availability on July 1st, and I don't think that this is the appropriate forum to do schedule changes and arrange schedules. Thank you.
Okay, let me say this, Board Member Rout. We need to vote on the yearly calendar. If you don't want to include some dates, that's fine, but understand this. If you want to have a vote the first week of July, you must give the public adequate notice. That's why it's a placeholder. You can always not have the meeting because you have time to not have the meeting. But if you don't establish the meeting, that creates a different problem. All this calendar is today is establishing some dates. That's all. They can be changed. They really can be changed. So-
Madam Chair, thank you for responding during my time. That is my perspective, and that is a way we as board members can respect those in their time. There have been a lot of ad hoc and special meetings that have been placed on calendars that unfortunately have resulted in an attendance issue. And so what we should be doing is not to really look at the attendance issue, and we should just consider people's schedules. You all may not be able to meet July 1st. You may not have quorum, and I do think that it is appropriate to survey everyone, and there is another board meeting that we have this fiscal year. I believe it's on June 27th. So that's just my perspective.
Thank you. So there's a motion on the floor. Ms. Lopez, call the roll. And the motion is to approve the board's calendar as amended. Thank you, sir. Oh, it's first reader. Okay, good. Then we're good. First reader, so call the roll.
Ms. Busestrada.
It's first reader. Oh, we don't vote for first reader, right? Okay, good. So we're good. We vote. Okay, help me. We vote. Mr. Parliamentary. Jeez. It's on my annotated agenda that we vote. Okay, call the roll. Ms. Lopez, please.
Ms. Busestrada.
Aye.
Mr. Briggs.
Aye.
Dr. Harris.
Aye.
Mrs. LaSalle Frazier.
Aye.
Dr. Sephora Miller.
Aye.
Mrs. Rout.
No.
Ms. Walker.
Next.
Ms. Rivera Forbes.
It's for the calendar. It's for the calendar.
Aye. Mrs. Mickens-Murray.
Aye. With 8 votes in the affirmative, the motion carries. Thank you, board members. Now we go to Follow-up items. Follow-up items from the June 13, 2024 Prince George's County Board of Education meeting will be posted on board docs upon receipt. The board would like to inform the public of the following upcoming meetings. Special closed session, June 17, 2024, at 6 p.m. Policy and Governance Committee meeting, June 18, 2024, at 5 p.m.
Madam Chair, I'm sorry. You need to discuss 8.1, second reader.
The Education Facilities Master Plan for second reader.
Oh, I skipped over that. It was almost 12 o'clock. I was trying to get out before. Okay. What number is that? Please help me. 8. Oh, that's why I didn't see it. Okay, sorry. The chair recognizes the Superintendent House.
Thank you, Madam Chair. As indicated, 8.1 FY25 Educational Facilities Master Plan requires board approval.
The motion on the floor is to approve 8.1, the Education Facilities Master Plan. Is there a second?
A second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Board Member Rout.
Yes, thank you so much, Madam Chair. So I myself and Board Member Adam Stafford, we're just very perplexed to understand. We just don't understand why Flowers High School is just left off. Flowers High School currently is, as Board Member Adam Stafford shared with me, that she feels like there's 400 seats. There are 400 seats over. There are a number of programs that are at Flowers High School that really make the school popular. There's a 3D program. I mean, there's so many amazing programs, and so the communities should not have to suffer. Our students should not have to endure being in an overcrowded school. So I can't support this. It's really not looking at the needs, and I think this has been erased many times by Board Member Adam Stafford. She sends her regrets for not being able to be here today, but I do think that we need to really take a look at the numbers, and thank you.
Okay, this is board discussion. It's not unless you, Superintendent Howe, I see a person at the podium who I don't recognize. So I'm trying to figure out. I'm sorry. I don't know you. I don't.
She's our Director of Capital, just FYI.
Okay, so did you want her to address the board?
So we
Yes.
Okay, fine.
we can say a quick word. Yes, ma'am. So first off, I did want to introduce our Director of Capital Programs, Ms. Shayla Jackson. So thank you so much for being
Welcome and glad to meet you.
And prior to her speaking to that, just to the issue of the popularity of Flowers and the enrollment concerns, we certainly have been working with the Chief of School Leadership and Support in that Area 3 team to identify those schools that needed immediate support as far as enrollment. And so we will be moving 3 modular buildings to the Flowers campus this summer to help alleviate the enrollment concerns that you are speaking to. We've already done a site visit of the facility, identified that we have space on asphalt to accommodate those modulars, and so it will not translate into an extended installation and permitting period. And so we are hopeful that we can have those 3 modular classrooms in place by the fall.
Thank you so much. So are security studies being considered as you're doing these walkthroughs? Because I know that is a really huge concern for some of the other schools all over the county, and some of those modular additions to the schools. So can you just speak to that?
Yes, I mean, we are taking a strong assessment of each of our campuses, whether they are receiving additional modulars or not. That's part of the budget enhancement that we spoke to with the 59 additional positions, or 59 minus 6, that we're putting in place with the enhancements so that we can ensure that we are increasing the security footprint along with supporting the security enhancements that are in place at each of our campuses. I don't know if Director Taylor, Director Jackson, if you would like to add anything? Okay, very good.
Board Member Briggs, were you, Board Member out? Okay, thank you. Board Member Briggs.
Thank you, Chair Mickens-Murray. This will be really quick. I just also want to ask on behalf of Board Member Adam Stafford about Dora Kennedy French Immersion. I know that they don't have a permanent building, and we know that they'll be moving in 2026 to, I believe, Kenmore. Please excuse if I'm incorrect. I just wanted to see if you can get back to me in writing about the outcome for Dora Kennedy and when they'll be projected to get the building.
We'd be glad to do so. We do have a plan. The plan was a bit held up simply because of the lease agreement with one of the facilities that we were working with, but we have heard back from that leaser to go ahead and finalize things, which will allow us to go ahead and move forward to communicate the overall plan, but we'll get that in writing to you.
Got it. And that's for the permanent building, or is that for the temporary space that they'll be in?
Temporary. Dr. Coleman, anything
Yes,
else you want
if I
to
could.
Yeah.
Certainly, it was our intention to release the comprehensive swing plan overview for all impacted communities, whether it be Hyattsville or Dora Kennedy, Robert Frost. But as Superintendent House indicated, there are many different components to the plan, and we needed to get confirmation on the lease for a space that we were looking to be kind of the linchpin to the movement, that is St. Mark's. We are in the process of finalizing that lease, and we'll have it in the coming days. And from there, we look to make notifications to all of the communities. To your question as far as the permanent location or temporary swing, for Dora Kennedy French Immersion, we are looking at a permanent location, not a swing.
Thank you. Dr. Zipporah Miller?
Sorry, I want to ask this because all of the meetings that I go to, my constituents are asking, and I would be remiss if I didn't bring this up. The consideration for Bowie High School. They want to know, when are they coming up, and when are they coming up? And if you can't answer it now, if you can send it up via email.
We'll provide a follow-up response.
Thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Vice Chair Walker?
I will not be the person that keeps us here at midnight, be talking at midnight, so let me hurry up. Thank you very much for this, because, as you have 9 districts here, everybody wants to know what's up with their schools, right? So one of the things I think might be helpful is if you came into an executive board meeting, you gave me such a great recap on how you look at capital programs and how we have these planning clusters and what overpopulation and underpopulation looks like, et cetera. So maybe you can just take some of that. It was very easy for me to understand and be able to get back to some of my constituents, but it also showed if you didn't make the capital list, here is the maintenance plan that we have going on because your buildings are so old. That's how I know that the strategy in District 9 is to consolidate and rebuild because of everything going on. So I just think that might be kind of helpful so that district members can know and have a perspective of how we're looking at things and how we can start communicating when we have questions such as this that come to us, because everybody wants to know what's going on in their schools. An opportunity for you to come to exec board. It's 11:55. Thank you.
Yes, seeing no more lights, the motion is to approve the fiscal year 25 Educational Facilities Master Plan. It's already, right. So call the roll, Ms. Lopez.
Ms. Buster Strother?
Aye.
Mr. Briggs?
Aye.
Dr. Harris?
Aye.
Mrs. Lasalle Frazier?
Aye.
Dr. Zipporah Miller?
Aye.
Mrs. Rout?
Abstain.
Ms. Walker? Ms. Rivera Forbes?
Aye.
Mrs. Mickens-Murray?
Aye. With 8 in the affirmative, 1 abstention, the motion carries to approve the facilities plan. Okay, real quick. Follow-up items. Follow-up items from the June 13, 2024 Prince George's County Board of Education meeting will be posted on Board Docs. Please continue to check the board webpage for updates and more information about the upcoming board meetings. There being no further business before the meeting, this meeting is adjourned at 11:56. Did I make
Board
it?
members, don't forget to pick up your packets,
12
please.
o'clock.
It's very important. Thank you.
I'm so sorry.